Here we go. Here we go. Of course. Gotta sell our soul before we can play the video game. Save. No Danish. Oh, we're cool. $671. That seems like a good audio. The brightness setting. Enjoy your games, Mr. Junior.
April 1973. Tragedy and despair have struck Central Texas. A young college student named Maria Flores has seemingly vanished without a trace. She was last seen near the town of Newt more than 2 weeks ago. But with no physical evidence, the investigation has stalled. With few leads and even less hope, Maria's younger sister Ana Flores and a group of her closest friends set out to find their missing loved one. But any grief or sadness caused by Maria's disappearance would pale in comparison to the agony and despair they would soon discover. What awaited this group of youths was a nightmare beyond belief. The events surrounding Maria's disappearance would be just one of the many bizarre crimes later known as the Texas Chain Saw Massacre.
No one cares about the reading. But I do. I do. Oh my god. Why is it so loud? Species. Why is Mr. Seven spying on me? Monka W, man. Making me nervous. Putting me on the spot. What else do we get in terms of options here? I mean, it's not like I'm gonna be able to heal them. It's be disabled by default anyways. Why is that 48? An odd number. Why? Hey, there he is. Man of the owl. Leatherface. He doesn't like playing Mortal Online. You just need to use him 20 times in order to unlock these? Oh, wow. These two Leatherface outfits, they're the same two that you can also get in DVD. They're the same two outfits that are also available in DVD. Monka. Why are we Monka blessing? Either way, we should probably do the tutorial, right? Probably be a good idea. Hold on. Looking like Mr. Myers. Find this fancy tie, this fancy suit right here. Pretty woman. They have the exact same names too. Like the outfits have the same names as well. They do in DBD. Purchase. I don't know. Do the tutorial, shall we?
Part of the family now. It's up to you to secure the property and stop victims from escaping. The family's way of life depends on it. Keep all doors locked and make sure all exits are closed, trapped, or guarded. Make sure to monitor crucial pieces of equipment like generators, the fuse box, and the water valve pump.
Generators.
The status of these items play a huge role in whether or not victims will have an easy path to escape. Make sure to collect blood from drainage buckets scattered around the map, or by attacking victims directly. Feed this newly acquired blood to Grandpa to make him
She'll make a
stronger and more
perfect fit
effective.
from Mr.
The
Myers.
stronger he is, the more powerful his sonar
To make
ability.
Michael even stronger.
Pretty soon he'll be finding
To
and
fight
highlighting
Laurie.
victims for the whole family to see. Feed Grandpa enough, and he'll give the family new abilities that can be used for the rest of the match. Remember, Grandpa is the best killer that ever was. Hunt down the victims using abilities and teamwork. Look for signs of movement
Teamwork.
and listen for noise. Pay attention to your surroundings.
Ew.
Keep your eyes and ears open. You never know where one of those victims might be hiding. Speaking of abilities, each family member has a unique ability that can help hunt and track down victims. Careful though, some abilities have limited quantities, while others are on a cooldown. So hunt wisely.
The fuck
Once you locate or find a victim,
was that?
make sure
Did
you
she
have
just
a
puke?
plan. Try to set up ambushes or catch them off guard. The direct approach isn't always the best, so use your fellow family members when possible. But once your plan unfolds and you get them within range, hit them, then hit them again. And remember, if you do manage to successfully hit or execute a victim, take that blood to Grandpa. He's hungry and needs his strength in order to help you. Oh, don't let a single victim escape. After all, we win as a family, or we lose as a family.
Hell yeah, brother. Okay, corner to that. Jesus Christ. There's a lot of fucking. Do they all have videos? Oh my god, there's a lot to go through. Oh, but this one is not voiced. Yeah, you're funny if you think I'm gonna read all that. Unwisely, we shall. No, it's just the first one that's voice acted. I suppose it's fine. Because all this other stuff might be pretty self-explanatory. Hey, remember that, brother. Let's hear the survivor one though.
You've been captured by the Slaughter family, tied up, tortured, and left for dead. Must
You
do
can't say
whatever
that.
It takes to escape the family's property at all costs. Find your
And
friends.
Gaben's gonna be
Find
after you.
life-saving items
You
like
can't say that.
tools, bone scrap, and health. But more importantly, locate and open up escape routes before it's too late. The family is hunting, so move quietly and make the right decisions. Your life depends on it. Stay quiet and hidden. Move slowly and carefully to avoid making excessive noise. Use shadows and tall foliage to stay hidden. Take cover behind tall objects to break line of sight. And last but not least, use the environment to your advantage. Wall gaps, crawl spaces, and unique hiding spots like freezers, armoires, and even vehicle trunks can be used to evade the family. Use them. Watch out for objects that make noise. Moving too fast through the environment can spell disaster. Searching for items slowly will drastically increase your chance of survival. Even moving too fast through doors can give away your location, so stay calm and move quietly. The family is always listening. Find useful items. Tools can be used to break locks on doors. Health items can heal you, while bone scrap can be used to sneak attack or even confront the family directly. These items can mean the difference between life and death. You can only carry 2 items at a time, so choose wisely and try to plan ahead. Unlock exits. The heavy metal doors almost always lead out of the basement.
This tutorial seems much longer
Once upstairs, keep moving
than the killer one.
There are multiple escape routes located on the outer edges of the property, so find a way to open them. Some escape objectives like the fuse box and water valve pump require specific items to activate them. These items can be found scattered around the property. Be on the lookout. Escape the family Having trouble finding an escape option? When in doubt, head towards the main road or rear gate. Those are usually the easiest option, if you can get there. The water valve gate and the basement door exits are also available options if you can find the necessary parts to activate them. The basement door requires you to find and repair the fuse box, while the water valve gate needs the pressure valve handle to open. Once fixed, the escapes will open up for you and your team. Use your abilities to stay alive. Used at the right time.
Wait, but what are those escapes?
Between life and death.
The water gate.
Be
What is that
careful,
one?
Star sign abilities have a cooldown that will prevent overuse, so plan wisely. Remember, you have been captured.
This game looks very promising.
So your injuries are severe.
I will say it's a big step up from Friday the 13th.
As the match continues,
That is
you
for
will start
sure.
to bleed out more and more. Be wary of leaving blood trails behind. You can be tracked. Health items can slow this process, but you can't stop it. Escape is the only option. Finding fellow victims and working together is recommended, but not required. Grouping with teammates can have a multitude of advantages, but your total noise output might also increase. Choose your strategy wisely. The only question is, who will survive, and what will be left of them?
Yeah, well, we haven't played a game yet, obviously. But I will say this, it is a big step up from Friday the 13th, because just from looking at it, it, like, looks a million times better, like, graphic-wise compared to Friday the 13th. But we'll have to see how it plays when we play our first game here in a second. And I was just quickly gotta point this out, though, but, man, you see this, the cover of this game? Wow, 10 out of 10. What the fuck, dude? Looks absolutely incredible. The cover up for this game, it's absolutely phenomenal. You actually get it as a poster if you get the physical version. And I might actually hang that up on my wall, because holy shit, it's a sick fucking cover. Yeah, he dropped that golf game. Wait, what's that supposed to mean? Hold on. This is why the chainsaws are free. Wait, why are the chainsaws free? Well, I'll take a free chainsaw, sure. I don't know why it's free though, but it's accurate, I guess. Does it have other DLCs? It has an execution pack. Yeah, we don't really need that. Okay, apparently the chainsaws are free. Chat. Hello, world. But you don't see it. The message is not there. Center of it's unless of course you have family that hunt. Alright, let's watch the credits, shall we? We completed the game, guys. GG's. Let's see here. Let's try and get into a round, shall we? Let's just do a quick match and see what happens, eh?
Part of the family now. It's up to you to secure the property.
Isn't this what we just watched?
Escaping. The family's way of life depends on it.
We just watched this.
You've been captured by the slaughter.
Sick loading icon too, though. The face is chainsaw. Slowly getting more and more covered in blood. Sunny. What the fuck can Sunny do? Playlist option ready. Characters. What is my thing? What can I do? Help. What can Sunny do? I don't fucking know. I want to figure it out, I suppose. What's the worst that could happen, huh? We're all level 1. It's fine. It's everyone's first game here. We need the alien chapter now. Don't worry. Gonna be seeing a lot of that when that comes out in 2 weeks. Playing as the xenomorph. His high intensity helps him turn into certain technologies made by anyone nearby. Oh, so he just has like really good hearing. Is that it? Man, you know what? Hold on, I'm gonna do something dangerous. I'm gonna unmute the thing here. How do you do this again? Where's the setting? Not the mic. Fuck, I forgot. Where's the setting that automatically mutes everything? Let's look, Maria's here. Let's look at Maria. Yo, what the? Yo, whoa, Cheryl. Why'd you get so thick all of a sudden? Wait, what the fuck? Why is she so wide? Wide Maria. Oh. Wait, what? Look at them. Wide hills. Dead by Daylight wide hills. What? That was something. I didn't expect them to be so wide. Is it gonna start? No way, it's just gonna start with the two of us, right? No. Hold on. Where is the setting? Is it in here? Use emotion. People chat transcript. What? I forget where the setting is. Hold on, let me quickly have a look. I don't know. Never mind. I don't know where the fuck it could be. I forget. Let's try and get another game. Another quick match. I remembered it as being in here somewhere. Oh, is it in sound? Ah, there it is, yeah. There we go. Here we go, here we go. Unleash hell. That guy's talking. Is it coming through the controller? Wait. No, he's not talking. I'm gonna turn that off just in case. Yeah, no, he's not talking. It just shows he has the mic enabled, I think. I want to hear someone talk, because I'm curious if it does still come out for the controller. It does. Guy's level 10 Leatherface? What the fuck? That was fast. I guess it's not that. I guess it's not too bad. The game has been. Well, the servers, they have been out for like Good amount of hours now. So how's the audio? So quiet. Wait, why do I have a toolbox below my name? We're a person short. We are a human short. I mean, I guess the menu's not really the best place here to judge the volume. We'll see what happens. Whenever we get a game. I don't think this is gonna work either. Oh, wait. He can join later. Not right now though, because yeah, like I said, I wanna play a couple rounds by myself. Yeah, experience it by myself first to get the hang of it. Hi, good luck. We're missing a person. Me. A human short. Panic face. Oh wait, it was right there. Fuck, how do you type on this thing? There you go. What if I can't find this? I mean, if we're gonna keep running into this issue of being one short, I mean then yeah, we're gonna have to phone up Mr. Junior. If we keep being one man short. Hi, good luck, have fun everyone. It's not gonna start though, we're still one short. Unless my menu's bugged. Need Junior's NA servers. What the fuck, man? What are people doing? It's Friday and everything. Up on some Texas. Friday. I know it's late, but man, it's Friday. Hop on, play. Oh, well, that is... right time's the charm, right? Yeah, it's almost 11. About o'clock into 11 here. Third time's the charm, right? I'm getting a game. That's even... Oh, okay, there's people here. I was like, that's even worse. I'm the only one here. Okay, we got a full lobby. All the free killers, they have that yellow thing next to the name, which I guess means they're in a group, probably. It's fine. This is what I want to experience. This is exactly why I want to play by myself. I want to know what it's like. I want to experience the game. It's play when you're just playing by yourself. It seems that this is what it's like. Struggling to even get a match going because everyone keeps leaving. But I think we're about to get wrecked. Hurry up! None of the killers already. I think I'm about to get wrecked because I think all the killers are in a group. I think that's what the yellow thing means. Bumhole! Yo, come on, man. Maybe it's give us time. Maybe she's on the bathroom. Bumhole, he says. Come on, man. You really can't wait a minute and 40? You're really that impatient, huh? Oh my god. Classy, Mr. Junior responds. It'd be so funny if they all left. It'd be so hilarious if all the killers they just left when there was like 1 second left on the clock. Why are you agreeing with that? What the hell? Okay. Why does it give me Sunny? Is he like the default character? We usually need to cook now. I mean, at this point, it doesn't matter. Oh, there we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. About to play a first game. Here we go, here we go.
A series of home invasions throughout Bell County have turned into a search for a known fugitive. Omar Pauly, native of Holland, Texas, was arrested in 1967
Oh, that's why.
for aggravated assault
That's why you
and
agree.
and was sentenced to 5 years in prison. After his release, Omar Pauly was implicated in a string of incidents outside McLennan County, where he was arrested again but managed to
Escape the
authorities.
family.
His current whereabouts are unknown.
Condition. Oh my god. Holy shit, man. It takes 20 years for this guy to get out of the rope. How do you... What even are the controls? I don't even know. Oh god. Holy fuck, it's dark. You might have to turn up the brightness here. I hear Leatherface.
Hey, I can use this.
Oh my god, it's so dark. Leatherface. Oh, wait, how do you run? You always survive for a minute. He is here. How do you... Okay, how do I run? Is this running? Oh god. Excuse me. Thumbs up. Solid first round. We were the first to get murdered. God damn, this guy's already outside. Bart, look at you. If only he was here too. But instead it's Leatherface happy. If we got moried by Leatherface. I had no idea what I was doing. Wait, so you can't run? I guess it's X to run. I cheat. I mean, I believe it's already outside. I cheat 1933.
Come here. Just think, there's got to be a way out.
Go with Leatherface. Get him, Bubba.
I need to hide.
Where's... Oh my fucking holy... Where are the other two family members? Oh, that's one. Yep, they sure did. Oh, they didn't tank it that time. Yeah, get him, bub. This one is playing DBD. Meanwhile, this one's actually playing the game. Wait, it's so calm where this person is. Where are they? Killed by Leatherface. He's got all the kills. Oh, is he about to get another one? What the fuck is that scream? Who was that? What was that? Was it him? Was it Grandpa? Yeah, get him, little fish.
Oh, no.
What? Ow, how are you not dead?
I'm good. Just stay calm.
Ha! Didn't give me this time, Leatherface. But instead I got a broken back. What's the last killer? Oh, it's the cook guy. I have no idea what's happening here. This is our very first game. And we died like 2 minutes in.
I can do this.
Oh, it doesn't say how long you survived for. And well, now I'm just spectating them. To get an idea what the fuck is happening. That sounds like your first round of DVD. Easy. 2 minutes in, get the down by Leatherface, and he just camped you to death. Yep. All it first DVD experience. Person is very stealthy. Oh no. Ah, yeah, that sounds more like it. Didn't even get canned. It's just nobody saved you. Everyone was too busy hiding across the map. You're scared to move. Either that or just sitting on generators. Yeah. They were too busy on the other side of the map.
Where are you?
Anyone, please? Just doesn't know what's going on in your game. Well, you're so confused on what the hell's happening. What are you doing? Sounds about right. I didn't even get to use my ability before we died.
I can get through.
Still to avoid detection by Grandpa. Is that why he screams? That means he's detecting? Oh. Yeah, get him, Leatherface.
I need something for this wound.
How are you alive after getting hit with the chainsaw like that on the back? Can't find any way out of this damn basement. Hey, Leatherface claims another. Last man standing. Wait, is she about to die? Is that why the HUD is gray? And the music is going crazy? He's ulting. Grandpa's ulting again. Exactly. He's turning into French Vegeta. What the French Vegeta? Someone blasting that over the microphone. And then you just hear it slowly get closer to you. As Leatherface approaches you. Yo, he's Grandpa's level 4 now? Oh my god. I'm the only one here that hasn't left. I got 125 points. Yeah, alright. Oh, wait, is this person lagging? Hello? Shit, where's Snoop Dogg when you need him? Hello? We cool? Everything just... I think the game broke. I think the server shut.
Motherfucking server is down. Get that shit back up. We trying to play. There's a bunch of motherfuckers at home that's locked and loaded right now. Fix this shit. Motherfucking server is down. Get that shit back up. We trying to play. There's a bunch of motherfuckers at home that's locked and loaded right now. Fix this shit.
Thanks, Snoop. Oh, see, all we needed was Snoop. Alright, okay. I didn't even get like a result screen or anything. Did I get anything from that? No, I'm still 0, 0, 0 everything. Oh, well, let's try again. Quick match. Rails a good shit, Boxy. We've done most of Crisis already. Man is speed running. I'm Sunny again. Sure. Maybe I'll actually build. Maybe I'll actually get to use this ability this time. Hold on. The features couldn't unlock. Play mode unlocked. Sunny used for the first time. Wait, that didn't even count as a round? Wait, this person wants to play Sunny? Sure, you can have him. Wait, that's cool. If some... Wait. What the fuck's happening? I didn't want to swap. I'm ready. Wait, that's cool though. If somebody wants to play a character, they can request a swap. Bubber is scary, someone said. Julie. What can Julie do? I don't fucking know. Her icon looks like she's sprinting, so I'm guessing she just goes fast. Oh wait, and I should have looked at the settings. How do you run? And I'm so dazed and confused in this. I don't know what anything does.
The search continues in Muerto County for missing Sheriff's Department says Maria Flores, a native of Uvalde, was last seen near the town of Newt. Her vehicle
Hopefully you can
was
skip this.
discovered abandoned, with officials reporting no signs of foul
What?
play.
I think we're in the Leatherface house now.
Expanded search to the nearby communities of Harlow and Chinatown will unearth new leads. Family and friends are...
Who am I now? Julia? Julie? Something? Hold up. How do you run? Sprint burst. Run. L1. Okay. I'm gonna do the exact same thing as last time. Charlie's gonna work this time, right?
Wait. Maybe through here?
What is this? I hear Leatherface.
It won't open. Can I use that?
Can you hear me when I do this? When I walk? I hope not.
This is a nightmare.
Yo, I survived for a minute. Am I gonna survive longer this time? What can I do with this? I can fight back with this? Whop. Can I open doors with this? Is this an exit? Oh, that's an exit. So you need the fuse box. Hello? Leatherface? Eyes unlocked too. Where is he? I think he just killed my friend. Wasn't there like a crafting table somewhere?
In God's name.
Oh my grandpa jump scare. Hey, yo, we weren't the first to die this time.
We never should have come here.
Where is he? Keep still.
Thank goodness.
Guessing the thing that I have is like decisive strike. Find unlocked tool. Oh, that's how I get it. Can I dump something? Oh my god. He's not behind me, is he? Oh, he is.
What are these people?
Does it keep the progress? No, it does not. Nope. I can't see shit, Chief. Oh, hi, Leatherface. I'm gonna use this. I don't know what it did. Oh, Jesus Christ. What? Man, that's even more brutal than the previous one. Holy fuck. Well, Leatherface got us again. At least I'm happy he got us. Alright, will I be able to see the match to an end this time? I have no idea what the ship did. I guess there's always a person like that, yeah. Falling in and breaking their spine. The spine pit. Do it again. Do it again. Yeah, well, how would you rather go out? Break your spine or get chainsawed in half? What would you rather want? Jesus. Fatality.
Time to slaughter this little calf.
Completed first match. Wait, he's doing the thing! He's doing the thing! Look at how happy he is. He's doing the thing. Leatherface happy. Next match. I'm still Julie. Oh, wait, I don't think this is the time for this. Can we look at that after? Oh my god. Maybe it was just it's too much. It's just too much. Little tree. What the fuck? I don't think I should look at all that yet, because I don't even know what my character does. And there's no easy way to find it.
The search continues in Muerto County for a missing University of Texas student. The sheriff's department says
I forgot the brightness again. God damn it.
near the town of Newt. Her vehicle was
Can I do it here?
discovered abandoned, with officials reporting no signs of foul play. Authorities are hopeful that the expanded search
Remind me of the brightness.
will unearth the lead. Family and friends are urging anyone with information regarding her disappearance.
Someone already dead? Why do I hear screaming and chainsawing?
Maybe through here? Can I get through there?
We need to find... I don't... What is this?
Come on, Anna. You can do it.
Maybe I shouldn't grab this because I have no idea what the fuck it does. Bone scrap? The fish is looking. There's an exit.
Locked.
You go search that shit, bro. Then open the gate for us. You'll never expect me to be right here. Told you. Oh no, why'd you come back? Monk shake. Where did she go? Oh, hi. How does luck picking work? I'm out of here. Grandpa jump scare. Yo, we made it. We made it out of the basement this time. Oh. Hey, man. Made it out of the basement just to die. Wait, where do we go from here? I lost my friend. I lost Anna. I'm pretty sure I ran past the valve on the way here. Wait. That way just takes me down to the basement again. We're all alive. No one's dead yet, surprisingly. What's he doing? Why is unlocked tool? Still don't know what this is. Yo, we survived for 5 minutes. New record. I mean, I would assume that this is for fighting back. Don't know how to use it. Oh, there we go. The first death. Wait, someone escaped? Slaughterhouse yard. Wait, hold up. An escape is open? Who knows what that is, though? No wonder there's no action over here.
You're gonna get out, okay? You will, Julie.
Oh. Wait, he just came this way. He didn't actually escape. Swap fuse.
A lockpick?
Now we can do shit. Now we just gotta find an exit. Good luck.
Thank God.
Probably go back and get another one, right? Oh. Leatherface, is that you? I'm lost and confused. Don't remember where we came from. Why did we get the unlock too? Oh, it was in here. Right, relax with the creepy music. No one's here. Oh, you're right. We went through the wall here. Imagine if someone locked it. So I think we have to turn this off, right? And then we can open the gate. Keep kicking that gen. Well, very good riddance, Shirley. Can't you just, like, you know, turn it off? Hit the F button?
Finally. That's done. Okay. Think. How do we get out of here?
We gotta sit tight while Grandpa's ulting.
We never should have come here. Good. It's open.
Yo, I'm out of here. Actually, escape. Park.
Make it. Just keep going.
Whoa, birthday. I'm surprised they weren't over there. We did it. Our friend Anna's still alive. Have you escaped yet? We just did. We literally just did. So you escaped. Literally just did. But it's funny you should ask that. I don't know, I think I got kind of lucky. I didn't really encounter them. They weren't over there where I was. Oh, you still haven't? I think you just gotta, you just gotta get lucky. Get lucky that you don't run into them. And that your teammates don't die early. Cause yeah, we only really encountered Leatherface in the basement and that was it. Was it fun though? I mean, it was pretty monkadobly. I mean, it's monkadobly obviously because it's a new game. And slowly figuring things out. Pretty scary. I don't know if I would say it was fun because I still don't know what the fuck I'm doing, but it was scary at least. Terrifying because all this monkadobly music. Run, Anna, go. The gate is still open as long as they haven't closed it. Yes, there you go. You see it. Go, Anna. Run. They didn't close it. Hey, there you go. She's home free as well.
My God.
Behind the curtain.
We gotta find help.
He's doing it again. Thank you, Leatherface. Victims survived, but what is left of them? Only one person died. The other one just lost connection. God damn. Okay, hold on. I gotta quit out to the menu here. Sounds like a DVD stream. What this? Sounds like we're playing DVD. I gotta turn up the brightness. Wait, no, go back. And now we can see what all this is about. Wait, who am I? Who have we been playing? Julie, I think, right? Yeah. While I act, I'm going to track Cook, Johnny. From... Oh. So this just makes you undetectable for a little bit. Okay. Abilities and perks. Only key. Location. Oh, so I could have picked up. Okay, that's actually really good to have in the beginning to figure out where you need to put the stuff. So like I all the door stays highlight to a full tone. Oh, that okay. That's pretty nice as well. Escaping restraints. Just a have for seconds. Okay, yeah, these are all pretty solid to have. Giving very strange. On that one was really pretty good. And for each character, only 10. That seems pretty low. Interesting. For the skill tree, I mean, there's like fucking 10 different levels. So the max level here is 10. So yeah, here you can only get it up to 10. Yeah, I know you can make it full screen. Or rather, the touchpad for full screen. I know, we looked at that earlier. What the fuck? I already have 3 outfits for her? I don't have any points, actually. I have 20. I don't really know if I want to get any of this, though. It's like all too advanced right now. There's a chance that my tool will be consumed. So equals counter movement speed increased by 10. Blood for health can be refilled by slowly staying still. Guess I'll get the unlock tool one. Running, jumping, climbing trees. Okay, so you can only go down one path. Unless you have to respec. Okay. Then extra attribute point and you character loadout. All these points that I'm spending, hold on, are they universal between all of them, or they are? Okay. Right, and now she's level 1 because I spent points on her skill tree. Okay. What's the next big power up here? Being entered, you able to recover for stamina, first stamina by avoiding damage in 7 seconds. Free. Okay. So what is all this stuff in this? You just have a turn maximum health and recovery time. Oh, this is where you spend the attribute points. I see. Endurance determines the victim's total stamina. Brings the last. Checks how long family members are stunned from sneak attacks. Difficult performance tasks, open crawl spaces, and saving generators. As how quick the victims can complete skilled environment checks. Look, she's really stealthy. Hmm. I don't know. I like searching for lockpicks. I mean, why not? Why not? Let's just put 1 point in there. Why is this like next to not? The path so close. It's a big skill tree. If it goes all the way to the top. Connie, is that who you've been playing as? What can Connie do? You've been playing as Anna. Focused. Also, joy to be unlocked when it's delayed, but stamina and fail actually wanting a negative. I mean, yeah, she does have pretty balanced stats. But I don't know. I kind of feel like Anna has some more balanced stats. Or like, or like the same amount all across the board. 20, 20, 30, 25, 35. What can Anna do? I do think it do the damage change from attacks and falls, so it's great way to effects of poison. I don't know. Like just looking at it stat wise, it seems Anna seems like a good choice to start with. But yeah, I don't know. We've only played like 4 games or so. It's too early for me to tell like what the make my mind than anything. I mean, I guess we'll just stick with Connie. Wait, hold on. What was its proficiency? That's the stat for searching. And also, no wonder we died so fast as Sunny. He has like the lowest health. Strength and endurance. He has a lot of stamina, but he's good at kicking. I don't know, we'll just stick with Julie, I guess. Okay. Right, but how does the ship work? It was used for defense sneak attacks against family. Try to help break out the Psalm traps. Probably. Oh, pile. You speed this up? No. But I think, okay. No tap or hold. Damage square works on noise if not done carefully. So I was sort of right with that. It is for attacking, but just only stealth attack. You can't use it if you're already found. Pressure valve exit. Yeah, can you tell me about that? The valve is given to a large amount of gate is linked to a pressure valve pump. The gate is always located outdoors on each map. For the exit, you need to look at the pressure valve pipe and attach a valve handle to start the opening process. The handle is hidden somewhere in the map. We found that last time, but I didn't pick it up. We're escaping the valve. Attaching the valve handle, opening the valve system. Applied. We have to escape through. If the time can drag the pressure valve pipe, it's just that. Why would you go for this? Seems like a horrible exit. Once the gate's open, you only have short time. Just keep it close. If you miss it, don't watch the gate. You can also be wrong. Seems like a horrible exit when you can just be the one to eat it. What about the fuse then? Oh, this is the one in the basement. The door that we found. Look for the correct door. Okay, need to find both the fuse box and fuse stuff. What about the Granny's map? Both the fuse boxes. Yeah. Okay, so there's only one fuse, but there's 2 boxes. Okay. Let you open the exit. You need to find both the fuse box and the fuse itself. Fuse box is located somewhere up. I already read that. If you look at the fuse, the fuse is used to repair the process. Before any of this, you must go to the tool. It's open. With the fuse integrate all using through the amps. Bad for the color. The power start. No temporary. Which there's only one. There's 2 fuse boxes, but both of them work. You trouble the fuse boxes is overshot time for overloads. For the shot again, you do it fast. Okay. You said it can be running by trying the fuse box. Too many attempts to find my catch on these. Alright, okay. Wait, those are the 2 special exits, right? Road exit generator. This is the exit we just did, I think. Yeah, it is. In like 3 weeks' time, it'll be September. And then it should show September time. It's not gonna start like, it's not gonna start right as it clocks into September though. Cause I wanna have some fun with the Alien chapter in DBD. So it'll be a few days into September. It'll begin at some point. No, someone has my Julie. Guess we'll try Connie. And a man's gotta do what he's gotta do. Oh, so wait, did you see this? What? Look at this here. You're probably gonna enjoy this. Look at this. Look at this. It's thick Cheryl. Wide Cheryl. Oh wait, it gets even better. Wide Maria. What the fuck, man? Yeah, look at this shit, man. White bars. Why are they so wide? The by daylight, Wide Hill. Amazing. Ultra wide DPD. Wide CBC. Bergman. I know. I was stunned when I looked at that in the beginning of the stream. I was like, what the fuck? What happened here? Excuse me, what now, DVD? That was certainly a, a surprise. Silent Hill 2 remake. Yeah. Still no news on that. It will probably be next month. At some point you'll get it. Or maybe, knowing Konami, they're gonna give you more information about it on like the anniversary of the, I wouldn't really call it anniversary, but like last year when they did that Silent Hill transmission on that day, that's when they're gonna give you more information about it. And then the game's gonna come out in like December or something. Hell yeah. Horror games for Christmas. When is I don't I don't remember when the Silent Hill transmission was last year. But I think it was in October or something, right? So I could see them. I could see that that's when they would give you more info about it. Be like, hey guys, it's been a year. We're finally ready to share some more. We're finally ready to share another 5-second teaser. Now enjoy, because now you're gonna have to wait another year for another 5-minute teaser. Someone said something in here. I don't know if it came up through the controller though. Well, everyone's making noise, so I'll do it too then. Gonna be 100 before they release it. Sounds about right. Konami taking their sweet, sweet time.
Keep moving, Connie.
They are not in a rush. Grandpa jump scare. Does this count as moving? I don't know. What? Why did you just crouch?
What's that?
Honestly, good that they aren't. Wait, what? Honestly, good that they aren't what? Wait, what? What are we talking about again? And Silent Hill? Good that they aren't releasing it? Can I go in here and open this? I feel like, what the he's right there. You just closed the door like, oh, you don't see me. I'm not here. Carry on.
I think this is what we use back
And then
home.
a brush. Yeah, that's good. That means that the game will be optimized and everything, right? It won't be a buggy shit show mess or anything. It'll be the best that it can be. What map is this? Not that I even know map. Wait, I'm back restarted, I think. Not that I know like the maps or anything, but there it is.
I wouldn't have to do this.
How is this guy down here? Is this open? Yeah, you have fun with my friend while I unlock this.
Now, quiet.
Oh, it's the Leatherface house. Can I just walk out through the front door? Oh wait, I need a tool, right?
Damn.
Shut up, chicken. Oh, that's the fuse box. Oh, the fuse itself. Hi, you're not being followed, are you? Like 6,200. On egg box, easy.
I know what this is. It might work on those doors.
He's ulting again, Gramps. No. I don't know when it's safe to move.
Now you listen. I ain't much interested in chasing you around much longer. Stop your running.
See ya, boys. I'm gonna go unlock the front door, if you don't mind. Woman? I was gonna open that. Shut up, Gramps. Yeah, you guys go after her. Just pretend I'm not here.
You're only making it harder on yourself.
Why's Leatherface?
Stay focused.
Oh, right. She can't do anything now. So wait, do I need another thing for the gate? Or can I just fuck up the generator? That woman's gonna loot them all around the house while we do this. It's fine.
Just think. There's got to be a way out.
Well, I guess we'll see. So can I just leave out through the front door now?
I need to keep moving. I need to find some help.
It would seem that way. Man, this game looks fucking great. Massive step up from Friday the 13th. Look at this. Absolutely incredible. Oh yeah, can we just leave? High voltage. Don't think I can. No, man, I can. I'm gone. See ya. Hey, man. Can I do something? What a beautiful sunset. Alright, let's go this way. This is the way that she escapes in the movie, I think.
Somebody! Anybody! Help us!
Well, that was pretty straightforward.
Why are
Luckily, Anna kept them occupied. They could just leave now, out through the front door. They don't know about that though, unfortunately. But yeah, they're free to go as well, as long as he doesn't turn on the generator again. Oh yeah, right. That first guy died really early on. Why? Why do you want to team up with me now?
Thank God.
Still trying to get the hang of the game. You still haven't escaped.
Thank God.
Sounds like you still gotta get the hang of the game too. Figure it out. Figure everything out on your own.
You get away.
I'll give you some tips though. It's good to go for those lockpick toolboxes things. It's good to always have one of those on you and a health back.
I need to find the others.
Okay. She's best friends with Leatherface now. The other girl is lost and confused in the basement. Ow, my back.
Madre de Dios.
I thought so. What about the lockpick tool and stuff? I mean, yeah, that seems like that so far. That seems like the go-to thing. Have those lockpick tools on you. Maybe even have 2 on you, and then just hope you don't get hit, so you don't need a health pack. Because then you can just go around and unlock stuff, which is like the main thing. Now about the basement. Yeah, that's like the hardest bit. How the fuck do you get out of here? I think the basements are different on each map. And I think there's like 3 maps. Well, on this one specifically, which is the house. What the fuck was that? We're just standing there. Right, but yeah, in this one right here, it's this room you want to be in. This room with the red lights. I believe this is... Yeah, this is where I escaped from. It's to her right, the door. Oh, right here as well, I think there's an exit. Right in front of her. Yeah, right there's one. So next to the red room in this one. I think there is one in the red room, and then yeah, there's this one here that she's going through.
Stop it, Anna.
I love the face. They keep going into the basement. Run out the front door, girl. Although they probably locked it by now. Oh, is she gonna do it? Oh, I thought she was gonna yeet herself through the window.
Come on out now. Come on. This is your own fault.
Oh my god, she almost got stuck on the door.
This isn't good. I have to stop the...
No, yeah, they locked it again. Yep. This person is still dazed and confused in the basement. Wait, did they just leave? They couldn't handle the pressure. They just said goodnight. Jeez. Jeez, so loud. New unlockable. Wait, how many points did I get from that? It doesn't. I'm the only one that lived to tell the tale. Hey, hello. Hello there, Jules. How were we today? Connie. Wait, who was I before? I was Julie. That's right. Let's be Connie again. Why not? You're goody. I'm glad to hear. Glad to hear. I'm doing pretty good too. Slowly figuring out the scheme of how it works and yeah, what we're supposed to do and everything. So far we've escaped twice, which I think is pretty good, considering I still don't know what the hell I'm doing half the time. Have you tried this? Did you try out the tech demo when it was out on PC? Gas station. Oh, it's a different map. That guy's level 8 Sawny, but his account level is level 9. Interesting. Bro, no point in being ready when missing a person. I'm surprised it's so easy to unlock these cosmetics. There's just play 10 rounds with Connie, play 20 rounds with Connie. Surprisingly easy and straightforward. Oh wait, we're full. We're full. We gotta ready up. We got a lobby going. Ready up before everyone leaves. But we haven't played this one yet. The gas station.
Known as the Marfa ghost lights are occurring at an astounding rate over the last few months. Witnesses report seeing white, blue, and red orbs of light dangle and dance above the Chinati Mountains for several minutes before quickly disappearing into the blackness of the Chihuahua Desert.
That guy's mic is moving, but I don't know if he's saying anything.
Remains a mystery. The search
I can't hear anything through the controller or the headset.
University of Texas student, the sheriff's department says Maria Flores, a
Maybe
native
he's
of Uvalde,
whispering.
was last seen near
Who is that guy that's talking? Alright, well, let's do the same old strat. Open the thing to our left and get out of here.
What is going on?
Wait, Leatherface is already here. Oh my god. Boink. See ya. Where is there a wall? Oh wait, this works.
Something for this wound. It's getting worse.
Jesus Christ, man. This Leatherface is definitely way more aggressive than the previous one. The previous one, we only saw him once and he closed the door and that was it. These people are talking again, but I cannot hear them. And I cannot hear anything through the controller. Wait, I might have... Wait, hold on. I think I might have controller volume set to 0. That might be why.
I can use that.
Grandpa jump scare.
What this is. It might work on those doors.
When can I move? Yes, the controller's done vibrating.
This will help.
I'm guessing he opened this one over here. He sure did.
Please. Please don't let that thing come back. I think this is antiseptic. Should clean the wound.
What the fuck? Where in the world is this gonna take us? Hello? Wait, another face is over there.
I can use this.
They are all over there. No, let me do that. I can get it instantly. This isn't the exit. I don't think so. This would be too easy if this is the exit.
Nothing to it.
Ramp resulting again. Escape the gas station. So that means the exit should be like right up here. Yo, if we play this like...
Stay strong. Gotta find the others.
What's the car battery?
Just think. Just think. There's got to be a way out.
Gotta be careful.
Wait. Turn on? Wait, am I turning it on? Turn on. Hold. I think I'm turning it on. Can I just open this and get out of here? Hold on. Hold on.
All right.
Alright, see ya. Peace.
Please. Please.
Wait, that thing wasn't even on. That was quick. Did they forget to turn it on or something? And to think Al was about to turn it on and screw us all over. Well, that works. That works. We also got really lucky. As soon as we escaped, they were like all three up there, but none of them saw us. Wait, is she dead? Oh my gosh, she is. She's down. Man. If you know what you're doing, you can escape so fast. As long as, like, the family is completely clueless and they forget to turn on the electricity. Jesus Christ, man. Get out of that so fast. Do I have to sit here? Can I leave? All currently earned EXP will be saved. Oh, okay. So you don't have to just sit there much. So wait, let me check. Ah, yeah, the control speaker is all the way down. I think that's why. I think that's why we haven't been able to hear anyone. Hold on. Now we're probably gonna be able to heal him. At night. Ooh. Nighttime. The face required to start. Wow. The face rage quit. And here I thought everyone would want to play Leatherface. Because I think the toolbox beneath my ready up thing, I think that means I'm using loadout 1. You just saw it too? Wait, did you just watch it on your own PlayStation? I know, right? We watched that in the beginning of the stream. Well, like, not really at the beginning, but like a few minutes into the stream. And then I also just showed it to Mr. Junior. And yeah, it's so wide, man. Like, what? Makes him look so thick. It's Dead by Daylight, Wide Hill. Oh yeah, you watched it on your PlayStation? Yeah, it's just like, what the fuck, man? It just comes out of nowhere, like, pff, white. White Maria. White Cheryl. White James. Thanks, DVD. Thanks, behavior. Yeah, and then it ends with a normal thumbnail. How the hell did that happen? Yeah. It becomes normal at the end, but the whole trailer is just wide. What the fuck happened there, man? Some minor miscalculations on the way. Classic DVD. Classic DVD. Making everything wide. Everyone's making noise, so I'll just do it too.
Where am I?
I think Leatherface is already here.
Shortcut.
Man, we've done like the exact same strat every single time. It doesn't look like an official trailer. Yeah, it looks like some sort of edited YouTube shit post or something. Nah, that's real. That person just hopped in that freezer. No second thought. But it looks like some YouTube shit post. No. It's from the official DVD right there. Believe it or not. Official CBZ trailer. Oh my god. I was hoping I could hide in the corner. That is so lucky. Grandpa jump scare. Oh. Grandpa. Yo, they've already escaped from the basement. Meanwhile, I'm over here struggling with Leatherface. It's all the way over here. No, Grandpa. Oh, Grandpa, please. Oh, I'm down. How does this compare to DVD? Oh, there's two of them down here. God. I think it might be too early. Say something like that. I think it might be a bit too early to determine something like that. How this would compare to CBZ. It's another people sleep game. If I can get 2 of these, we should be set. I love the face. No, I got too greedy. See you.
I gotta find something for the pain. I can use that.
Got that right there.
Don't.
Yo, someone's already fucking out in the garden. Yo, you guys gotta get outside, man. Don't worry about little old me.
Okay.
I think they're all free down here. To survivors is the key. Unfortunately, no. I don't think they did in the real event. I don't think anyone made it. Oh, thanks, Bubba. No. No, open it, Bubba. He opened it. I don't think he closed it. You're a saint, Bubba. Appreciate you. Escaped from... Wait, what did that say? Hold on. Is the basement exit open? Someone just died. Escape from family. Wait, how did they escape?
Oh no. Did they hear me?
I am in a really terrible spot.
This will help.
I'm fucking dead.
I need something for this wound. It's getting worse.
See ya. There goes my spine. Hopefully Leatherface is not down here anymore. Wait, what do you mean goodbye, CBZ? No, I don't know. I don't think that's happening. This game has to be like the best game in the universe. But to overtake ZBZ. Wait, so did this exit over here open?
Think. Just look around, Connie.
I wish I saw what that said. It's not open. What was it that opened? Man, I wish it would have stayed for longer, the text. This game's about to beat the CBZ killer. Man, you think so? I don't know. I'd be really impressed if that's the case, if that happens. Game over. This is like the back of the house. Where's the front of the house? Wait, I should not be here right now.
Stay focused.
No, that was a trap.
Please.
I'm fucking dead. I'm dead, Jerry. They're like racing. Oh man, I wish I saw what that pop-up was.
That's it. Yeah. You're gonna be leaking after that.
Oh, GG's. This was definitely, these people definitely know what they were doing. The family. Which was nice, because man, made it more intense. Because that Bubba, he did not give a fuck. He was pacing around that basement looking for people. I don't know if this will kill ZVC. I hope that does well, though. I hope this game, you know, lasts for a while. And is not dead in like a couple of months. Like, usually is the case for these types of games. Yeah, I hope the game will be successful. I hope the game will be successful. Be successful alongside DBD. Alright, after this one, I think we'll try the family. What do we say? Does that sound like a good idea? Try out family after this. Playing Victim for like 2 hours now. Boss were a person shot. Got a whole gang. The family house again. Wait, what could Julie do again? I forgot. What was Julie's thing?
New details have emerged.
Is it to be quiet?
String of murders that littered interstate Interstate
I
40
forgot.
during 1971 and 72, known only as the Terror of I-40. Authorities say an unidentified woman spent years hitchhiking from Texas to California, where she viciously murdered several truck drivers and 3 other young women along the route. Billy Jasper of Winslow, Arizona.
Same old strat, eh? Wait, no, let's go to the right this time.
Thank goodness. I wonder where this goes. What's through here?
Tools. We love tools. Yo, you won. Good shit, Mr. Junior. Got your first escape in? Pog.
What do I do with this?
Alright, we got our tools. Let's go find the door.
This looks promising.
Where's this go?
Where's Leatherface? Three, two, one. Actually, I'm not gonna open that yet.
Okay.
Is there anything else I can grab here? Fuck it. Open it. Let's go. Game on. Hey. You came back up. I was supposed to do that. Oh, I got the valve. Let's put this over here. Oh, you're still after me. Get away from me, creep. I shouldn't be out here. We found out last time that there's no escape. Could you leave me alone for just a second, man? Just for a second. That's all I'm asking. Yes. Why are we gasping? Because Mr. Junior won? I want to see if I can put this valve out there. But I'm going to open this one here. Hey, Leatherface. Wait, did he just go outside? Hold on. Fuck the valve at this point. Wait, everyone's outside right now. Stranger danger. About to die. Exactly. Fucking can't catch a break in this damn house. Strange danger. Let's see. How did we get outside here again? It's a trap! Don't go outside! They're waiting for you. Yeah, I was gonna go outside and go for that escape, but yeah, no, they're probably all gonna be up there. Alright, so yeah. Oh! Oh my god, that's a Christmas miracle he didn't see me. Oh wait, but I dumped the valve. Fuck, I dumped it at the table. Oh god, Grandpa's ulting again. Alright, fuck it, whatever. Fuck the valve. Let's try the front door. Are we dead again? Yep, we're back to dying. We escaped like 3 times in a row, but now we're back to dying. Why is everyone here? Sure. Alright, we're trying the front door again. Are my friends alive? Yeah, 2 of them are. Oh wait, he's right there. Fuck is happening? Is he just camping the door? Oh, Grandpa's ulting. He's still over there. I think he's AFK. I'm hoping he's AFK. I'm gonna try the front door. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Oh wait, it's open. I was ready to lockpick it and everything. Wait, where's the generator? Easy. He left it open. Wait, can I just leave? Where's the generator this time? Generator turned off. Wait, who just turned it off? Oh, no, that's awfully convenient. Feels scripted, man. Alright, I'm out of here. See ya. Yeah, that's what I was about to do. I was about to spend an hour lockpicking the unlocked door. Wait, this is my friend. Friend. Wait, is that Leatherface? Wait, no, that's my other friend. We all made it. Except from the guy that got massacred by Leatherface. Yo, squad up, girls. Wait, we're healing each other. Yeah, pour that liquid on me. Okay, now it feels like we're playing DVD. Spin in a circle while teabagging. Yo, we're spinning in sync.
Who the hell are these people?
Leatherface sad. I'm sorry, Leatherface. You only got one this time. I think there is an emo called Dies of Bubba. I think that's how he feels right now. When you teabag fast, it looks so odd. Keep still to avoid Grandpa. Now they see we're all here. Is this toxic, what we're doing? Yeah. Oh. There he is, he's coming. That's not Leatherface though.
Oh, did I lose them? They're everywhere. Did I lose them?
Oh no, that person is feeling risky, eh? It'd be so funny if they turn back on the generator now so that we should get to like secure them when you try to escape again.
Why you running?
It's too quiet. I have to watch myself. I can make it.
Clap.
Keep going. Oh my God. I gotta find help.
He's still doing his thing. Alright, we've escaped 4 times in total now. Let's try and play the family now. Family. Are we gonna get to play as Leatherface in our first round? Oh my god, I am actually Leatherface. Pog. Use the change it to cause horrific injuries and destroy any doors obstacles that might stand your way. Terms melee attack damage, while housing turns the amount of block. The famous whole stamina fast and stamina trade. Being heavily attack. Attacking victims after 3 seconds. And getting a blah blah is 1%. Alright, well, let's roll. How do you X? I'm too used to hit triangle already up. The DBD effect.
A woman has been arrested for the attempted murder of local farm magnates, the Borins, with the intention of stealing their fortune. Brianna Rose, 43.
Hey, gas. What happened? You escaped another one?
Patriarch Kit Boring was hospitalized.
Secure the property.
When a rare poison
Great
was
grandpa.
discovered in his system. This led to Rose's arrest. Despite
This means I spawn in the basement.
began to suspect Rose was
That's because I'm Leatherface. Oh my god, he's hooking him. Oh my god. It's just like DBE. Oh my god. He's gonna face camp him. The fuse box. That thing could be anywhere. On the map, I think it says. What the? Wind up the chainsaw. It's time. Run, run. How do you run with that? You can't go through that, I don't think. Where they at? Where they at? They were here. Oh, here. How do I attack? Yeah, how do I attack? Oh, like that. Fuck, how do I get in there? Grandpa's awake. What the fuck? Wait, he kept charging the chainsaw during the cutscene? Come on now. Why are you sandbagging me like that? Hold on, I gotta wind up my chainsaw. I don't think Leatherface can climb the ladder. How do I get out of the basement? Leatherface is stuck down here. I think this is where they spawn. Dude, I don't know the basement on this one. This is like the gas station. We only played this once. Here we go. Who cares? I'm just gonna leave it open. Where's Grandpa? Wait, they healed them. Oh, hi. Oh, hi. I have something for you, Gramps. Grandpa is not hungry. Oh. Grandpa is hungry again. Oh. That was fast. Sounds of affection. Wait, this was locked? Oh. Not anymore. Ma'am. Ma'am. Yeah, the wombo combo. Sandwich her. How did he miss? He had one job. How did I miss? Yeah, we got him. Right next to Grandpa. First blood. Here you go, Gramps. Had this fresh blood from the guy I killed right next to you. Fuck with family. Oh my god, he's freaking out on the ground. How do we... Kinda wish I had a map. As a family, but I don't know if Leatherface would be smart enough to read the map. So I know where to go. Like where the second part of the map is at. He's ulting again. And how I get around. Oh, so this is one exit. That goes down into the basement. Unlock and open, no. Oh. Is he on my side? What are you destroying me? Whatever that works. Is someone in here? Oh, it's teammate. Dog will hunt. Which I've just been destroying everything. Wait, they got the fuse box online? Who's alive? 3 people are alive. Grandpa's max level. What the fuck? Wait, that was people over here. Nowhere to run now, kiddo. Oh, wait, you again. Go get him, sis. Oh, she's fucked. She's running into the basement, I think. Never mind, she's not. What the fuck is this area? You can loop so easily around here. Wait, I'm just gonna go wait down here. No. I don't think she went back down. Grandpa, help us. Oh, they're all over there. It's fun winding the chainsaw. Can I lock this? Yo, what is this? I hear Dwight. Oh. Oh, it's Boss. The god gamer himself with the raid. Shit, the raid, Boss. People chainsaw raid. Yeah. Raided at just the right time. I appreciate the raid, Boss. Hope the stream went well. You see, we're doing some more randomizing. Hope it went well. Oh yeah, get him, family. Let's see if I can find the last one over here. Oh my god, how is she all the way over there already? Oh, she's trying to luck pick the lock that I closed. That I locked. The door that I locked. No more doors. But you finished it? Oh my god. You finished the whole thing today? Oh. Oh, showing us why he's the god gamer. Hey, Leatherface gets the final blow. Oh wait, there's still someone alive. Whoa. Wait, is he saying whoa because I stole his kill? That's the last person over with that. Oh no, they escaped. Shaw's family. Jesus Christ. Yeah, since everything's a bit calmer now. Thank you again for the raid, Boss. I'm glad to hear it went well. You finished up the randomizer today. Good shit. Leatherface happy. Rare spam. Yeah, he's happy. He got to kill 2 people. Showing off his excitement. Well, I had a good time revving the chainsaw. I may have been a bit dazed and confused at half the time, but yeah, I had a good time revving the chainsaw.
Guess that's why you're the boss.
Exactly, he's here. Oh. He is Withers now. Gotten so many trophies. Look at these screenshots. Yo, you plan on doing another one, but then speed run it? Pog. Boss is becoming a professional. These Metroid randomizers, goddamn. The man's gonna speed run it next. You got this, boss. Yeah, what a cool thumbnail picture for this trophy list. Forever, Texas. No one's level 50 yet. That's good. I'm Johnny now. What can Johnny do? Right to move a victim while searching for any footprints left behind. Oh yeah, I never used Leatherface's ability. He's all the same as Leatherface. Wow. Sick cosmetics. What the fuck? Ain't no way, man. Ain't no way. Yeah, it looks like a DVD clone. Ain't no way. It may look like that, but it does play very differently compared to DVD. And plus, this one has voice chat as well, so Wonka W. It's the same type of game though. It's DVD. It's the same type of genre. Oh yeah, nice. Probably again at some point. Nice. Yeah, after you get back into that Metroid mood. So where does this guy spawn? I guess we're gonna find out. There's Johnny guy here too. He's not in the movie. He's not in any of the movies. I created him for this game. Even the voice chat takes playing the character a little too real. Uncle W. All of a sudden you just hear Mike. Oh, not a mic. All of a sudden you just hear Chainsaw come through his mic. Run, run, run. Then you hear screaming in the background too. Just you're role playing, right, buddy? Right? Jerry, you're role playing, right? You're not, right? It's just role play. Oh my god, just like DVD. He put him on the hook. Oh my god. Now he's gonna face camper.
I knew I should have handled this myself. I'll fix it.
Gotta get blood for Gramps. Oh my
If
god.
Grandpa was able, this would be over by now. I better go feed him.
Poggy's DBD. You can't do anything with that. Poggy's DBD reference. Unlock and open. No. Gramps.
Here you go, old man.
So you escaped again. That's what we like to hear, Mr. Junior. Getting the hang of it. That's what Leatherface is doing in the basement right now. He's face camping everyone. Is that another exit? Oh, it is. Wake up Grandpa first. No. Is there anything else I can do? I don't know where the generators are that I need to turn on this map. Unlock it. Yeah, can I activate the deja vu real quick to find the gens that I gotta work on here? Oh, Grandpa. Who woke up Grandpa? He's alting already. There you
Always
go.
tastes best when it's fresh, don't it?
Oh, hi.
Here you go, Grandpa.
How the hell did they get loose? I can't fix this by myself, old man.
Where are they? Maybe I should use my ability to find them. I don't want to waste it though. Let's see. Have they been over here? Unlocking. Oh. Wait, someone's right there. No, come on out. It's safe. So there. Can I just chill here?
Get your head straight. Come on now.
Or can I just wait for him here? What the fuck are you doing here, Leatherface? She's still trying to get it open.
Hey, you okay? You seem to have lost a bit of blood.
Come on, I just want to talk. I completely lost her. You didn't hide in the fridge, right? Oh wait, I should probably use this then.
Time to play.
How does this work? Oh. Someone already escaped. I found the person's footprint. Now what? What the fuck am I gonna do with that? Wait, someone escaped? Yeah. You're not in here, right? Just darkness. I don't know.
Go ahead and hide. It ain't gonna matter.
Right, get this button. Let's just get the fuck out of here. I think we're wasting our time without here. Gramps in danger. How dare you hurt Gramps?
How the hell did those kids find us? Should be more careful. Get your fill, old man. I'll find you. Don't you worry about that.
Footprints. Oh, I see. This is how it works. Can't really go through that though. I deactivated that. Wait, what the fuck's going on over here? She escaped you? How did she fight back? Yeah. Oh wait, I can find her footprints.
Where'd y'all run off to?
Nope. Wrecked. Oh my god. Well, just from that one encounter, this guy seems really good. He could just run and slice like it's no big deal. God damn. My vial is full. Gotta feed Gramps. There's only one more person alive.
It's all right. Big boy's gonna be wearing your face soon enough. I thought you knew how to run this house. This is a mess.
Can you become hungry again, Gramps? I got stuff for you. There you go.
You looking better already. Now help us. You're just delaying the inevitable.
Now, where would the last person be? They've been in here at all? No. What are you doing, Leatherface? Oh, you're getting blood. Oh, they escaped. Well, 2 for 2, right? I think. Pretty good. Yep, 2 for 2. Actually, yeah, 2 for 2. And I got one of them. Nice. Ugh. Back to the menu here because I gotta be right back really quick. Need to go use the bathroom. So be right back really quick, gentlemen. Hey. Ah. I have returned. And I see the penguins got a visit from the ducks. What were they negotiating about? I mean, that's pretty cool. Like behind the scene photos. Franklin. What? We found like behind the scenes images from the movie. Yeah, look, it's Franklin. Franklin from the movie. You see the HIV's was demise, or Sally would end up escaping minutes later. Wait, what now? Wait, what now? Wait, I forget what happens to the hitchhiker in the movie. But look in the background. You can see Gentleman Leatherface. Look in the back of the photo. Gentleman Leatherface. Alright, we got a showbread at a hatch. Balsam plus zoom. Zoom in on Leatherface. He's killing masks, cursing creepily on a table between takes. This one's in color. Talking in between. What a goofy image. Talking in between sets with her chilling in the freezer. And Leatherface still, yeah. This Leatherface attire. Just go over. What's my line again? Hold on, wait. Hold on, let me read the script again. What's my line again? Oh, so you want me to go? Set up. Okay, you got it. And I'm ready. Man, this is cool. Yeah, that's literally what's happening here. It's just like, hey, so, how's it going? Giga Bubba. Well, she's just chilling in the freezer. Literally chilling in the freezer. Man, but this is sick. I don't think Friday the 13th for the purge of the game did this. Actually get, like, behind the scenes stuff from the movie. That's sick. Actually, that's more of a people golf clap. A quiet clap. You know, like the movie references. Yeah, these movie behind the scene things are cool. Resting between takes, all covered up in blood. I have 28 already. This is concept art for the game. The description is wrong. Yeah, there's 167 collectibles. Not like you have to find them though, it seems. It's just, hey, get 5 kills with Leatherface, get 15 kills with Leatherface, get 1 kill as the cook, and then reach certain levels. Oh yeah, no, yeah, that's true. It actually says unlockables. It doesn't even say collectibles. Oh, they're showing early version go here. Here to honor a famous shot from the 1970s. Alright. That's a cool concept art piece. Basement. This is concept art? This looks so good. The fuck? Maybe it's just a picture of a real gas station or something. What the fuck? This looks so good. Yeah, this one here. Where the fuck? Oh, I guess those are the survivors in the basement. Well, little fish is chilling up the stairs like, hey, I'm waiting for you. Come on up if you dare. Come on up if you dare. Beyond was seen the 1974 film. Seen that a lot. So people have made that mistake. Yeah, play a total of like 27 public matches. Yeah, it all seems pretty straightforward to get these. It's nice. Concept art for the chainsaw. Why is it not yellow though? I'm pretty sure it's yellow in the movie. It's yellow in DVD. Get on its own. Visually scan every inch of the original chainsaw model to meticulously recreate it as accurately as possible from the game. Like Leatherface's disturbed mind. It seems like it violently rip through obstacles and flesh or idle menacingly. Wait for the Ps5. Wait, it wasn't yellow in the original then, I guess? I don't know. I can't remember. Oh, this is just from the left side. This is from the right side and this side. Man, they got it from all sorts of different angles. Probably where the whole budget went to make sure they got the chainsaw right. Oh, here's a map. Here's the map I've been asking for. Context up. Yeah, I don't know. It's still a bit hard to read, but I mean, I guess it at least gives you an idea. Oh, this one's a bit more detailed. Has the rooms on it and stuff. Man, this is the cover of the game right here. It looks fucking sick. I said that earlier too, but man, this is a sick looking cover for the game. You also get it as a poster if you get the physical version. This is just a social media tribute account as part of the alternate reality marketing that soon followed. Box wash. Oh, a box washing about the poster. Yeah, you actually get something with the physical version for this. Get a poster of the cover art, which man. Where did I put the game again? Right here. Yeah, man, like I said, it's a fucking sick image. I wouldn't mind hanging this on my wall, to be honest. I probably want to get like a frame for it and everything, but yeah, it looks fucking sick. Fucking badass. I mean, we can look at it here too. Looks cool as hell, man. Oh yeah, you actually get something. It's just weird in this day and age, but you do actually get something. And not just a fucking empty plastic box. With paper inside that has a code. Pretty cool. Yeah, level 99. I want to play some more as the family. Do you have to get the $500 version for that though? Jesus Christ, man. Can you imagine Just to get like a little poster with the game. Sorry, you're gonna have to get the. You're gonna have to get the Omega Deluxe version for that. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to get the Omega Ultra Deluxe version for $500 if you want that poster. I'm sorry. But those posters aren't cheap, man. Those posters aren't cheap. Thank God. I think it's only like, I don't know, $30 or something. The physical version, so pretty good. Hey, you also get 15 minutes early access to the game. Well, that is if the game arrives in time for you to use it. Hey, you can't say no to that, right? You can't say no to 15-minute early access. Just think of all the progress you could make before everyone else. Don't you want to be 15 minutes ahead of all your friends? Come on now. Am I ready to play yet? I'll play a couple more rounds of Family, and then I'll probably be down to play. Then the server's gonna be Snoop's server the whole day. Yeah, then it's just gonna be this for the rest of the day. Hold on.
Motherfucking server is down. Get that shit back up. We trying to play. There's a bunch of motherfuckers at home that's locked and loaded right now. Fix this shit, motherfucker.
Exactly. Thanks, Snoop. There's a bunch of motherfuckers at home locked and loaded, ready to play. Fix this shit, man. That's fucking amazing. Best Snoop Dogg clip there is. To find the match. As Family or the victim? Leatherface is required to start. I played Leatherface then. Yeah, Leatherface is always required to start. Leatherface, he runs this place. Good boy. Wait, did he just say good boy to me? Excuse me? Because I switched to Leatherface? Can't have a round without Leatherface. Makes sense. It's his game. It's his movie. We need Leatherface. Otherwise nothing's gonna happen. Say woof woof. Who is this guy talking to? Sick round. I'll do a couple more Family games. And then you can join after that. If you're still up. If you're still up for it. Me, of course. What the fuck, man? Treating Leatherface like a dog. I think a lot of people are trying to play Family. That's why this is taking so long. And that would also explain why we never got Family with a quick match. Because the matchmaking is a lot faster as a victim. Just see me on Monday. I'm not here on Monday though. And well, I'm also not playing this game on Tuesday either. Most likely not. But definitely at some point next week. It's not Monday or Tuesday. I'm the cook this time. I think the cook, he can listen for people, right? Yeah. Am I playing the game again? I don't know. Sometime next week at least. I don't know when, but just sometime next week. That's not Monday or Tuesday. Hi. Hey. I'm talking to Scooby. See you whenever. That works, yeah. Oh wait, someone needs Leatherface. Okay, I guess I'll be Leatherface. Because I'm taking Monday off, and then the day after Tuesday is affiliate anniversary, and yeah, we'll probably just do a whole bunch of game hopping. I'll just play Hitman all day. Hitman and DBD. Tuesday. Ken the cook. Well, I think if Mama and the cook were to have a showdown, I think Mama would win. Mama's unstoppable. Nothing can compare to Mama. Why are they leaving? Good question. Yes, they left the oven on. That's a good question why they're leaving. Maybe it's because their friend's not here or something. Maybe they got lost along the way. Bye, everyone in the lobby. Wait, no, wait, when someone leaves, that resets the timer? Oh shit, no mind, we're still here. Is it gonna find 3 more people? Four more people. They went to touch grass, baby. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. I didn't put in that. Oh well, whatever. No one leave. Oh wait, this guy's talking. Well, something was happening, but oh my god, the audio is coming through the controller. That's that guy's mic. It's the game you can hear through his mic. Okay, hold on. Quick question. Is there any PlayStation experts in the chat room? How do you make it so the fucking game chat audio doesn't come through the controller? Is that possible? Have they really not made it so you can't change that yet? Like, what the fuck are they doing? Yeah, he has his mic on, and all we can hear is just the game for his mic.
Multiple stranglings in East Texas is finally in custody tonight. Authorities followed a tip that led them to a deserted
Thought that was
motel
there
outside
is. You
Bryan,
can change
where
it
they
to not
caught
come
the
through the
man in the
controller.
act of subduing 36-year-old
That might be the
Kelsey McGill,
PS4.
the man whose name
I don't know if they've done it with the 5 yet. If they have, then I don't know about it.
and that he had no connection
And I would love to know about it, because I would love to hear what people are saying in this. Would actually love to listen to the game chat in this. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think they have. Right, rev up the soul. Run, run, run. Oh, it was random game audio. Yeah, that you can do. Change the random game audio to come through your headset and stuff. You can change that. But specifically with voice chat, I don't think they've made it so you can swap that here on the 5. Because for some reason, some mastermind thought it would be a good idea to have voice chat come through the controller. I don't know what genius thought that was a good idea. Oh yeah, let's have all the voice chat come through the controller, yeah? Aren't that a good idea? I don't know what mastermind thought of that. Wait, this is open. What the fuck's happening here? It's 3 people against 1. We're all here. We gotta sandwich them. No. Stupid me, my chainsaw overheated. Yeah, he's just going for a light jog. Get her. How did that miss? Executed. Another face with the kill steal again. Oh my god. Grandpa's in danger. Yo, what the fuck are they doing to Gramps? They immobilized him? Yo. He's just an old man. How dare. Wait, he's in danger again. Yo, what the fuck? Why are they messing with Gramps so much? There you go. Sound of affection. You wouldn't happen to be in here, right? No. Oh my god. They open this again? No. See, now I wish I had the map, because I don't know where to go from here. I don't know how to get into another area for me. Hello? Oh, yeah, there you go. Someone escaped. Doesn't tell you where they escaped from. I guess that's a good thing. The last one's over here. What's happening?
I am sorry it had to come to this.
Killed her in style. I killed him. That was a quick round. I don't even know what happened that round. They got out of the basement so fast. Easy. Yeah, we got him. Only one of them lived to tell the tale. That blood web sim in this. Fortunately not. I can't get my blood web sim fix from this. There's a skill tree. But yeah, that's just a skill tree. Your average skill tree. No blood whip simming, unfortunately. I think I can show you here once we get into a game. Finding match. But wait. Yeah. Playing as the family, man. It's certainly a longer queue. It's almost like instant with survival. I guess it's because everyone's trying to play family. Everyone wants to be a murderer. Loading. I'm the hitchhiker this time. What can he do? The traps on the ground, stage, to step on them. Oh, he has traps. Wait, this is what they have right here. Skill tree. Closest thing you'll get to blood web sim. No ultrawide support's insane. I wouldn't say that. I'd say that's pretty normal, to be honest. Even in this day and age. Because it's really, I mean, it's really only those cinematic games that has ultra right on PC, like Death Stranding or Horizon Zero Dawn stuff. Because I mean, with a game like this, I don't think they'd want to waste. I don't think they want to make. I don't think they would want to waste the manpower and trying to add ultra wide into it when only like I don't know 10 people probably gonna use that. I mean, it's just a small little indie game as well too. I don't know about small, but I mean, it is an indie game. COD has it though. Yeah, but that is a cinematic game though. It has that cinematic campaign. And COD also has 9 studios working on it, so this is only like a small little team. That's a good question. I guess you could check that out. Oh, test that out tonight. Him bad. Oh, he's outside.
Gonna be lots of meat tonight. Yeah, good meat.
Where's the generator? Is it on? Oh, it's over here. It sounds on. Yeah, okay. So it spawns there. Or can spawn there, rather. Oh, this guy can crawl through these? Oh, shit. So much mobility. This guy has already. Alright, well, let's go put a trap at the front door. The one that caught me earlier. Yeah, well, I've been saying this throughout the whole stream too. This game looks absolutely amazing, man. A massive step up from like from Friday the 13th.
Well, I'm sick of eating scraps.
Game looks incredible.
You'll never see this. It always works.
So what else can I do out here? There's another escape. DVD replacer. This guy's smoking some good copium. Goddamn. This game has to be really amazing for that to happen. Oh, I see. He has free traps in the place. And it takes me back around here. Said it before, but yeah, these types of games are usually only fun for like the first week for me. But we'll see. We'll see how long this one lasts for me. What, do I just wait out here? I don't think they can come out here unless they like escape the house. No. Burn on. But this is always off by default. It has to be turned on. That's how he escaped so easily in that first round. I know, first escape.
This'll catch him.
Well, at least this map is pretty simple to handle outside. They can only come out from there and the front door. Or the window.
You ain't getting out. There's no way out.
Oh, there's a door here. Yeah, well, let's go in the house and lock the door behind us.
Come on out, little piggy.
Wait, what? Oh, that's the chicken. I know it would have been so funny if someone ran past me right there. Okay. And Gramps is right here.
You're looking downright spry. Back.
I have 0 points. What do you mean? Hello there, ma'am.
Well, ain't.
Wait. What happened here? Why is this door open? I don't think they can do anything for me. This doesn't lead outside.
I'm tired of this.
Hey. Could you please hit her? Oh my god. This guy's stabbing her is so weak. Is she really gonna do the same thing again? She's hiding.
Poor piggy got caught up in a trap.
Oh my god, caught in a trap? Yo, someone's going through the front door. Go, 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 go. Gotta fucking book it. Okay.
Why you running?
There's 2 people out here now. Is that a door here? Oh no, there's no door. And both of you are trapped out here with me. Leatherface, I need your help.
Better get out or you'll get it worse.
Oh my god, I got him. Holy shit, thank god I had max stamina for that. Right, now time for the girl.
I slice real clean, don't I?
I heard you. Sliced. Alright, we got 2 of them out here. Now let's go for the front door. The one that escaped through the front door.
Look at all this blood. They got trouble now. Where you scurry off to now?
This guy's just standing here.
Grandpa ain't gonna tolerate this mess much longer. You better straighten up your
Wait, what are you doing here? Hey, get out of here. We're feeding Gramps. Can she escape? I don't think they turned off the generator. I think I would have set that. They did. Yeah, it's on. She just got sent back with the electrocution. Stop, you can't go forward. It's electrocuted. Ma'am, oh my god. Ma'am. There you go. Accept your fate.
Just like Grandpa taught me.
Hunt down the final victim. Where might the last guy be?
Let's play some.
Oh, I can reset it? Hell yeah. You know, I think it's fine to just leave it open. I don't think he's getting anywhere.
Drink it now.
The last guy. He was the greatest ever. Hey, man. We're on the same team. Wait, did I just hear him? Or was that a cook? He might be out here. I don't think this was actually. Wait, no. He's a nut, because that's a locked and my trap is still there. Where's this last sneaky guy at? Oh, is he down there? So is that another face?
My traps are the best.
Wait, but which one is that? Not this one. It has to be the one over here. He might escape. Wait, maybe not. He walked into the other one. The one at the car battery. Yeah, it's right here. You good, man? What are you doing on the floor? Well, that was easy. We got all 4 of them. Jeez.
Ooh, this'll lead somewhere good.
So close. Mine, oh mine. I'm guessing that's what getting all 4. What was Leatherface doing? Maybe he was dazed and confused in the basement. I only heard him, I never saw him. Damn, the last guy I killed got more points than me. Holy shit. Seems like he was putting them up. Alright, since this does take a little bit, I'll put you guys on the giggle coaster really quick, but yeah, I'll be right back. I'll be back real quick, but Enjoy the Goo Coaster. Oh wow. So I come back to us still searching for a game now. If that doesn't feel like DBD that right there, then I don't know what does. I'm Leatherface this time. I don't know if we should spend anything yet. Because I mean, I think I should kind of get used to everything as it is by default. So. Don't you dare leave. I've had so many casual matches. Proceeds to leave. I don't know why people keep leaving. Maybe it's because they want to get their friends or something? I don't know. Me too. Why someone actually left? Oh my god, wrecked. That's true though. Gamers don't have friends. Gamers, they don't like socializing. They won't have it. You don't have any friends to play with. I don't know, man. It's weird. It's really the way some people leave. Well, GG's, I guess. A bit odd. I gotta say though, it's a pretty strange system. This that the countdown just starts. Like it starts counting down even when the lobby's not full. That's a pretty strange system. And then when someone leaves, that resets the timer back to 1:30, and then it counts down again. It's a pretty weird system. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's like that. Just don't just only have the timer start when the lobby's full. And then have it be like a 1 minute timer instead of 1:30. Yeah, just do that. I think the DVD has a 1 minute timer when everyone's in the lobby, so Just have the timer start when there's enough people, and then have it be 1 minute. Just yeah, this is such a strange system that it counts down even when the lobby's not full, and then if it reaches 0, it just disconnects the lobby. Weird system. How about you DVDs on bitches? Excuse me, what now? Excuse me, what now? And I took that one personal. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. How about you DVDs on bitches? How about you put that T handles of bitches instead into the BD? Man, I'm sorry, I just can't help it. DVD's too good, man. That was DVD has also spoiled me. I keep pressing triangle to ready up when it's X in this game. And I mean, Leatherface looks good in this game, but man, I don't know. He looks too clean in this. I'm used to the DBD version of Leatherface, where he's all like greasy and sweaty and all bloodied up. He looks too clean in this Leatherface. But again, that's probably just because I'm spoiled by the DVD version of him. Yep, straight back to people waiting. Man, if anything, then this does feel like the old DBD times. Having to fucking wait 20 minutes in matchmaking. And then when you finally get a lobby, everyone just leaves. Good old times. And it's gonna disconnect the lobby again, because we're one short. Yeah, this is such an odd system, man. Try again. Jesus fucking Christ, man. I'm gonna end up having finished this entire Pringle can by the time we get a lobby. Holy fuck. Maybe that should be the new measurement. Okay, so how many Pringle cans does it take you to find a game? You know I went through 3 Pringle cans before I found the lobby, so yeah. Took some time. It's already half. I've already went through half of this Pringle can. Not good. Taking too long. The longer it takes, the fatter I get. Everyone ready up. Let's go. Put this show on the road. The slaughterhouse map, I don't really like that one. Hey, it's a bit confusing. It almost feels like a maze. Oh, are we actually gonna play the game? Actual game time? And then someone leaves when there's 1 second left. Oh, gameplay? What is that? I know, right? I went for half a Pringle can. While searching for this game here, so that's how long it took.
Maria Flores, a native of Uvalde, was last seen near the town of Newt. Her vehicle was recently discovered abandoned, with officials reporting no signs of foul play. Authorities are hopeful that the expanded search
Wait, while streaming? Or after your stream? Yeah, like I was saying, Leatherface, he has back sweat in DBD, but in this game he looks too clean. There's no back sweat. He doesn't look greasy enough. Why do I keep doing this? They're so mind-numbing, yeah, because they're all pretty much the same, aren't they? The same back to back to back, over and over again. Definitely doesn't sound like the most exciting thing. Probably gonna be a challenge in itself to get through all of them without turning into a zombie. Grandpa's awake. Oh my god, it did it again. I hate that it does that. Yeah, I've noticed that's been happening a lot recently to you. You just randomly get one shot electrocuted out of nowhere, just out. Okay. Sure. Oh, it's a light. What door did they open? All of these are locked. Here we go. I found it. Wrecked. Wait, what? How did it stall? Ma'am? Ma'am? Hold on, I gotta wait for my chainsaw to cool down. Ma'am. Hold on, I gotta wind it up again. Ma'am. Alright, I'm back in action. Let's go. Ma'am. I think she went for it. Let's go again. Yeah, I don't know, man. He looks like too clean. I don't know if it's because we're spoiled. I don't know if it's because we've been spoiled by the way he looks in DVD. Like in DVD, he looks like all greased up and sweaty and disgusting. But in this, yeah, I don't know. He just looks way too clean, too normal. I completely lost that girl because I fucked up with the chainsaw. But I mean, this game, it's definitely like, it's fun to figure out how it works, like what you're supposed to do and how everything works. I've been really enjoying that. But I don't know, man. Come back in a week again with that question to me, and then I'll have an answer for you. Because usually these games only last like a week for me personally. I mean, yeah, if you do plan on getting it, I'll definitely. What's happening? Okay. You break it. You're getting it next week, hopefully. Nice. Yeah, because I mean, it's pretty fun right now, too, as well. Like figuring out everything, like I said, and also because nobody really knows what the hell they're doing right now, so like an even playing field. Get him, hitchhiker. Oh, he's still the girl. Wait, he just gave him the cold shoulder. Why are you not leaving just yet? Well, in that case, hello, Choco. Now you're leaving. Alright. See you later now. Thanks for stopping by Omega Fast. That sounds like a good idea to do it, Gup, so you don't get too mind numbed out of it. Oh, there's only 2 left. Yeah, so you don't get too burned out doing the same things over and over. But yeah, I don't know if we're putting in the gauntlet thing. Maybe, because I mean, that's in a couple months from now. But I don't know. We'll see what everything is like by then in this game. He's right there. So maybe, I don't know. Everything, it's like too early to tell right now. It's like way too early to tell that type of thing right now. Where the fuck is Grandpa? He's usually over here. Oh, that's tracking. Yes. So you're almost done with side missions. Wait, he is over here. Wait, what? Oh, he's in here. He's inside. Yeah, I didn't check in here. He's not hungry, though. That's true. Yep. Who knows? You're probably gonna get some more. But you've seen enough of this game? Alright. Dante, you've seen enough of this game? What's your conclusion? What's up? What do you think of it? What are your thoughts on it? Where's the last? Oh, I think the throat killer's AFK. Oh wait, no, they disconnected. Oh, okay, so it's a 2v1 right now. Where can you even go from here? The only way. Oh my god, what? Dante's actually getting this? Oh shit. Dante's actually getting the Leatherface game? He's getting into asymmetric games as well? Oh shit. Time to squad up with the whole gang then. Dante Jr. Gov. And myself. Yeah, this you can play. There's 3 killers. It's 4v3, 4 survivors, 3 killers. So we could squad up as killer together. Yep, 3 killers. It sounds really Monka W. Sounds pretty strong. It also is, if they all gang up on you, so. You kinda wanna play pretty stealthy as a survivor. I played survivor for the first, like, 2 hours, and we managed to escape, like, 4 times. Pretty fun. And terrifying. Oh, he actually escaped, man. I don't know where the fuck he was. That guy was a ninja. Yeah, you want to be stealthy as a survivor. Crouch around, not run around all the time, because, yeah, that's a death sentence, because when you run around stuff, you make noise. And when you open doors and run through certain things, it gives the killers, like, a notification, like, oh, noise is happening here. There's a survivor here, so yeah. You really want to do your best to be stealthy. Which is not the Gov strong suit. Then maybe killer is the Gov's strong suit in this. Yeah, then maybe you'll like family in this. That's what the killer role is called, family. And the survivor role is called victim. You can sneak attack the family as a victim if you have a weapon, but that only stuns them. They want that brand back forever. When you're doing the tutorial and stuff, the announcer also says like, and remember, winners a family, losers a family. Yo, Diesel, he's gonna join the Leatherface family. He's gonna be the next killer. I mean, it will fit right in with the family theme. Fit right in with the family theme. Does you want to see something funny? Look at this here. Look at how wide and thick she is. They made Cheryl thick and wide. Wide Maria. Oh my fucking god. Quality DVD trailer. She's so small now. Wide Hill. That guy wants to be Leatherface? I think he can be Leatherface. Yeah, it was. I had fun playing as the hitchhiker. Grandpa ability slot. I don't have anything. True real words have never been said, Mr. Dante. Ultra wide. Just how Junior likes it. Damn right. Where he can't lose in any movie. Is that actually true? Is that actually a thing? Vin Diesel always wins in the movie that he's in. Egg. The egg killer. The egg I mean, there is chickens in the game, so... Add a family member that throws eggs. How often do you should probably just give in that? Jesus. I feel like I've been asked that question a lot today. But like, I can't answer that. I can't answer that question just yet because too early to tell, man. It's way too early to tell. Like I said, this type of game is usually only fun for like a week for me. So we'll come back again in a week and ask me again. See how we feel. Then I'll build ranch it then. I mean, I wouldn't mind going for all the like behind the scenes stuff. But then again, excited. But that being said, it's too early to tell, cause man, the Langer, he knows. 'Cause you never know in a week's time. I gotta get those DVD shakes, man. They're coming back. I got DVD shakes, man. I just need a quick hit. I just need a quick fix from that blood web sim. And I mean, yeah, you got the Alien chapter coming out in like 2 weeks, so yeah, I don't know.
Search continues in Muerto County for a missing University of Texas student. The sheriff's department says Maria Flores, a native of Uvalde, was last seen near the town of Newt.
Like, I mean,
Vehicle was
that
recently
one,
discovered abandoned, with officials reporting no
it seems pretty
signs of foul
fun. If it
play.
stays this way, I wouldn't mind playing it some more. But with that being said,
Harlow and Chinatown will unearth new
we all
leads.
know me and my
Family and
DBD
friends are
shakes.
urging anyone with information regarding her disappearance to please come forward. The
I
scheduled
enjoy the
sinking
Lord
of the
Gov.
Golden Reservoir was put on hold.
Oh, nighttime.
Researchers discovered the remains of more than a dozen animal corpses. The bodies are reported as being in various states of mutilation. Authorities believe
What
the
the fuck was
target
that
is a
emote in
pack
Man
of
Chicken? That
wandering
is the
wild
most
dogs.
cursed thing I've ever seen. Yo, this guy has an outfit for Leatherface. Alongside with CBC.
Dang it. Should have strung him up better.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind having in the having it in the rotation with CBC. Put it on the to-do list. On the passive ongoing things. Yeah, we got Mr. Stabby. He's the guy we killed all 4 with a few games ago. Wait. So the car battery's over here. Robert died like that. Actually, if you trip. Ow. That would go right into the eyeball. Right into your eyes. Where's the car battery? Joking in this game is possible. Yeah, it probably is. But I mean, it's just day one. People are still figuring things out. Which is always the fun part about this. Everyone's like brand new. Nobody knows anything.
You'll never see this. It always works.
Rampers away. Let's cut. Oh, let's cut to the chase. That's Grandpa laughing right there. Or I'm already dead.
Grandpa ain't able. He was the best there ever was.
Grandpa. Grandpa will remember that.
Somebody round here
Go
has
for
to
that.
catch him.
Grandpa will remember that joke. Oh, hey. Hello there. What's up? Wait, what? Hold on. No, come. Come on out. She doesn't trust us. Okay then. I wanted to see if she's gonna run out and then run into the trap.
I'm fixing to find you all, that's for
What are you doing here? How did you miss the girl that just ran in there? I like playing this guy on this map because he just spawns outside here, all the way outside here. And he kind of just gets to chill because there's only 2 exits out here. Actually, that's free, but... I think someone's dying. There's someone trying to open the door. Let's see if our friend is back. Who was that? The toxic person? I mean, I could go inside and join the fun, but I like to admire the house. Maybe we should go inside and feed Grandpa. Hello?
Well,
Gramps.
I'm sick of eating scraps. We gotta fight them.
Leatherface.
Fresh blood. Ooh, this'll lead somewhere good.
God, it's so fucking dark. Wait, that's 3 of them alive. Oh, wait, no, that's... What are we doing? Are we even chasing anyone? Yo, he woke up Gramps. Get him.
Fresh as it gets. Wake up now.
She hid in the closet. That's all you love the face. Wait, hold on. Can you go all the way up in the attic?
Why I gotta do everything in this
I just want to explore the house, to be honest. I just want to explore the building. Hi. Watch.
What is all the others doing?
Someone in here? Why is this like barricade? Maybe it's always like that.
They got trouble now.
Wait, are they outside? Enough exploring up here. Can I hop through this? There's only one person. Goodbye, CBC. Man, I'd be really surprised if that happens. If we end up playing CBC more than this. Oh, this more than CBC, rather. The other way around. Tough friend that's left. No, why are we crying? Wait, she's right there. Give her a fighting chance. What the fuck, man? Calm down with the sound effects.
That sounded like it hurt. Yeah.
Where did she go? It sounded like she got hit. Oh, she's on the thing over here. Through the car. Can I go through it too? Or I just teleport? Get her, Bubba. What the fuck, man? Calm down with the sound effects. Relax. How is this woman still going? Jesus. Oh, there you go. She took so many damn hits. Man, I'd be really surprised if we end up playing this more than CBZ. With everything that's, you know, with everything that's in the horizon for CBC. The movie and everything. Alien Chapter and beyond. And the 2 DVD spin-off games. Can't forget about those as well. Can't forget about the 2 DVD spin-off games. Gas station. I kind of want to try and play a Sissy, but she's taken. So we'll be the stab guy again. A one shot as always. for the lobby to disband. Let's have a quick glance at the store. There's that game. How is this the #1 game in my country? What the fuck, man? That's fucked up. Wait, what is this? The Isle Tide Hotel? FMV? Yo. New FMV game just dropped. Park. Oh. The next month it'll drop. And there's the animal hand holding game. Oh my god, it's like a fucking browser game. Not enough victims. There is not a single one. It's just a family. They were wise enough to never show up here. The victims. Yeah, dude, let's go. The game's about to begin. 3 family members, not a single victim. Hell yeah. We've already won by default. And I wish I could browse the behind the scenes stuff while searching for a game. $52 trophies. About 15 minutes to complete. What? About 15 minutes to complete finding a game? Yeah, sounds about right. Instead of hiding up. Jump down a well 10 times. What will be left of you? 74 public matches. What, because the movie came out in 1974? 50 years ago. Oh wait, was it? No, wait, no, that's not. That wouldn't be 74 then. Excuse me? Roll is running low. Signature Leo stream.
The man believed to be responsible for multiple stranglings in East Texas is finally in custody tonight. Authorities followed up them to a deserted motel outside Bryan, where they caught the man in the act of subduing 36-year-old Nelson Hill, a man whose name is being withheld.
Here we go, here we go. Leatherface time.
Agreed upon way, and that he had no connections to the murders that have plagued.
Leatherface standing there, admiring his art. Wait, can you hold that? You don't have to tap it? This game. What was wrong? Here's Leatherface. You're lost. Oh wait, you just played like your first round? Yeah, man, it takes a bit to get used to, especially if you haven't seen the movie before. And if you get like the house map, then yeah, this would really help. If you haven't seen the movies. Yeah, man, it definitely takes a few rounds to get the hang of. Get the hang of the loadout or layout of each map and everything. Yeah, for the first couple of rounds, man, I was dazed and confused as a survivor, just like what's happening? Where the fuck am I? Where does this take me? What is this? Run. This poor girl. You don't know what you're supposed to do as a survivor. Jesus, so fucking brutal. You're supposed to escape. Get out of the basement. And yeah, escape through one of the exits. And the way you open like doors and stuff is by searching like blue toolboxes to find a pick lock. It might be, it is pretty overwhelming. Yeah, it's definitely not as simple as DVD. It definitely takes some getting used to. Couple rounds. I tried to grab one. I could do a round as a survivor after this. Maybe help a little bit. Show you what I've learned so far. Where's everyone else? I don't think any of them have escaped yet. Yeah, like in this blue box right there, that's where you find the pick locks. Wait, someone was here? I hear them. Wait, they killed someone? Wait, if they got out, how the fuck did they get out? Where? Killed by Sissy. How did they get out? Doesn't help that it's so fucking dark down here too. Hunt down the final victim. What? How'd they get out? What happened? I keep running back here. This is where they spawn. I don't know. I don't know how they got out. It seems to me that all the exits are blocked. No, and they got the last one. Wow, I don't know how they get out. Where? Hold on, I'm feeding Grandpa. Get her, family. I think she went downstairs, unless she's in here. What? How did you miss the other face? Actually, I think you did. That kills Steel, though. That was a quick one. I have no idea how they got out. I must have missed the door down there or something, because Man, it seemed to me that everything was blocked. Locked still. But we could do like a survival round if Dante is still here. Maybe help him out a little bit on what we've learned so far. Connie. Wait, someone's already Connie. Anna. What can Anna do? Well, that do damage take from him as well. Okay, so she can take less damage. Yes. I don't think we played this one that much.
County for a missing University of Texas student. The Sheriff's Department says Maria Flores, a native of Uvalde, was last seen near the town of Newt. Her vehicle was recently discovered abandoned, with officials reporting no signs of foul play. Authorities are hopeful.
Yo, which gentleman though the face?
Will unearth new leads. Family and friends are urging anyone with information regarding her disappearance to please come forward. The scheduled draining of the Colton Reservoir.
Am I the only one in here? So yeah, you don't want to make too much noise, because making too much noise wakes up Grandpa. We don't want to do that too early.
I think I can make it.
Yeah, if you make too much noise, it wakes up Grandpa and also gives away your position. You didn't join. Oh, wait, you wanted to join? I was just gonna do like a quick one to maybe help you out on how to play. Like show you on stream, but sure, you want to join the next one? You want to join the one after this? Because I think I'm pretty dead here. Never mind, I'm alive.
Wait, what's that?
Okay, so that blue box that I was searching, that's why you... Yeah, I'll put this. So this right here, this is where you find the lockpick, which is like the most important tool, I feel like. God, she takes so long to search for this shit. Oh, there you go.
Please fit in that lock. Please. Yes.
So yeah, now that you have the lockpick here, you want to go find one of the doors that leads out, which is one of the like middle doors. Yeah, like this right here. I'll let Connie do it though, because she's better at lockpicking.
Okay,
But so once you have a lockpick like that, you want to find a door like this to use the pick lock on to get out of the basement.
Did I...
Yeah, so she... Wait. Didn't open it. What the fuck are you doing, Connie? Open the damn door! Alright, well, guess I'll do it then. It's almost open. Oh no, it broke. Also, yeah, if you spam it too much, it breaks like that, apparently. I didn't know it could do that. Yeah, well, in that case, you just gotta go back and grab another one.
around here somewhere.
Fucking bastard. Yeah, I was just spamming it because I wanted it to open because he was right there. I didn't know it could break. Jesus Christ, man. Maybe that's what Connie did too. Where's broke? Shit. They woke up Gramps. Oh, but yours broke? Possibly, yeah, that could have what happened. Could have been what happened. And also, yeah, when Grandpa screams like that, you want to stand still. I don't know how long he screams for, though. I think it's when your controller stops vibrating. That's when you can move. Alright, so let's try again here on the luck. There you go, yeah. So once you get that open, it leads outside. Oh, just got at the basement. Oh, and there's Gramps. Wait, I can kill Gramps. No, never mind. Never mind. No fucking mind. I'm out of here, Gramps. Yeah, if you have that shiv that I have too, you can stab Grandpa.
Poor little thing.
Wait, I thought she could go through that. Yeah, so and now we want to go through here. That gate right there leads into the next area of the map. Which we need another pick luck for, so we gotta find another blue box.
I should see what that is.
Can I kill the chicken? Silence. That's also what you can do with the ship. You can kill the chicken.
Oh, thank God.
I think you always want to have like one heal thing on you if you can. In case. Man, where is there a damn toolbox? The fuck is that noise? Okay. Oh my god. No, it didn't heal in time. Jump. We're gonna bring her back. Whoop. It's fine, because I still have the 2 med packs. Hopefully Leatherface is not down here, though. Wait, this is open. What? See, just like that, Dante. That's how you do it. That's how easy it is. Just like that. That's simple. What? Why was that open? Who opened that? Where the fuck are these people? But it must have been these ladies that opened that. What? I did not hear or see or get a notification as to what. Man, that is some scripted shit right there. I fucking fall down the well. Try to find the exit down there again, like to get back up. And then the exit just so happened to be open to escape. Like, what? Now that is some fucking scripted plot armor shit right there. Could it be a random? I think it's one of these ladies right here. One of these two. Yes, see. Yeah, exactly. This girl right here, they activated the basement exit. Which I didn't even notice they did. Like, I didn't see it tells you on the right when they open it, like on the right side of the screen. And I completely missed that. I did not notice that whatsoever.
Did they hear me?
That they had found the fuse and activated the fuse box and everything. What the fuck, man?
Still open.
That is some scripted shit, dude. I'll take it. I'll take it. There you go. Just do that, John. Just get really lucky that the door is just wide open. What the hell, man? What a round. Yeah, I'll just get out of here and then you can make a party. Oh, what the fuck? The invite button does nothing. Yeah, easy tutorial right there. Just do that. Just get lucky that the fucking doors are magically open. But can the other face put people in hooks? No. But it's not like DVD, no. The reason why he does that in like the intro scene when you load in, it's because he does that in the movies. He does that in the movie too, so. And that's also why DVD got the inspiration from to add hooks to put survivors and hook in DVD. That's where they got that inspiration from. From the Texas Chain Saw Massacre movie. Yeah, the reason why he's doing it in the intro is just it's a reference to the movie. Also, it won't let me invite you. I think you can just join the party with that code. RPQYN2. Weird. What happened? Yeah, do you see? Yeah, hold on. I'll tap the code. Oh, can you make a party? And then give me the code? Oh. But you see, there's if you press party options, I think if you click join, it's gonna ask you to put in a code, and then hey, there you go. You're here now. Perfect. Here we go. Here we go. See if we can do that again. Yeah, that was something else. You're playing Leland. I have no idea what he does. I think he can like stun. I think he can knock down the killers. He like gives them the cold shoulder, then he knocks them out for a little bit. Oh, we're just waiting for Julie. Still charging. Oh. Heal them, but not ready. Yeah. I guess this is the people sleep part of the game. I'm waiting for everyone to ready up. Well, here we go.
Three adolescent vandals have been terrorizing the city of Lexington, Texas, with horrific depictions of famine and the macabre. Nearby active officers
Yeah.
involve remote Odessa sheriffs
It
investigating
should.
evidence authorities locally intercepted years ago. Grotesque
Either that or just have a shorter timer when everyone's here. Yeah, like the timer's like a minute 30. It should just be like DVD when everyone's here. It should just be a 1 minute timer. Or just have the game start when it's 6 out of 8 or 7 out of 8. Who is this I'm next to? Sonny.
What? We're just keep moving calmly.
Stay quiet.
Am I playing? Oh fuck. Like.
Oh, God. Is
Probably like an hour or two more. If you crouch, you can walk through those without making any noise too. What the fuck? Grandpa's already awake. Did someone open a door already? Oh, hi.
Did I lose them?
Wait, everyone's here but Dante.
I'm here. I can get.
I haven't found a single lockpick box. Over here.
How did this happen? How do people like this happen?
This. What the fuck? Stop running up my ass. I think Leatherface is here. This is fine.
Okay. Now, stay quiet.
You can go. I'm gonna go get another lockpick while I'm here.
This won't fit in the door. Too loud. Too loud.
Oh, I woke up the chicken. I don't know where Dante is. I hope he's fine though. Alright.
Shit. I can't get away. Think.
Oh my god, it's a friend. Thank god, I thought it was an enemy. Guys, let's see. You can walk out the front door if you can find the Dante. Yeah, it should be wide open.
Don't run. I just want to see how it feels.
Oh.
I don't know.
Why is everyone out here?
Gone?
No, don't go for me. I ain't done nothing.
Escapes me.
Juke him around the crate. I'm just waiting for my stamina to come back. I see it. How did that hit? Well, I guess we're going down again. So what the fuck? Didn't you just do that yesterday? Renew your passport? What the fuck? Sorry, that time again. I think it was 53 as well yesterday. Oh, I forgot to auto renew a bunch of stuff, so I guess that's why. Because I was about to say, wait. Blop. Dies of cringe. That's what just happened to her. I guess it's just Twitch twitching. Dante's still alive. I don't know where he is though. Jesus. Terrifying. Not again, though, the face, please. I haven't even recovered yet from the last encounter.
Please don't let that.
Wait, the basement exit? Wait, if you're still down here, Dante, in the basement, find that door I escaped through last round. It should be open down here if you're still in the basement. I'm not quite sure where the hell it is though down here. I like just ran past it, I think. What? Oh, the face was chasing us.
Come on. I gotta find something I can use.
Oh, it's over there. I think it just closed,
It might work on
right?
those doors.
Because it only stays open for a certain amount of time. Oh my god, am I glad I got out of there.
Go away, damn it.
Oh, his chain's overheated. Go, 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 go.
What was that thing? Was that a person?
If I can make it outside again somehow, turn off the gen, we should be fine. I can't seem to find any type of door now, though. I'm back here at spawn. Alright. All good, Mr. Junior.
Can do this.
Let us know when when it's done. Pressure gate exit open. Man, they're opening all the fucking exits. Meanwhile, I'm fucking around here in the basement. Wait, is that Dante? Dante! Alright, come here. Let's go. We've been reunited. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, so there's the gate that the fuse opens, but it's locked now. So we gotta stop. Okay. Now let's see where this takes us. We gotta crouch through this. Don't want to go through that way. We want to try and make it to the... Actually, no, we can go right here. That works. Oh, but Leatherface is here. Okay, never mind. We're going back inside.
Oh, no, they're back. Stay quiet.
And we'll try the front door. Go. Woke up, Gramps. Go, go, go.
Okay. Okay. You got this. They're too close.
Is this open? Can we turn this on and then it works?
I think they left.
Okay, so we gotta turn... Oh, wait, she's still standing over there.
They're all over.
We gotta turn off the gen over there.
I can't get away. Think.
Lost him again.
Yeah, we gotta go turn off the thing over here.
Somehow.
Hopefully not run into Leatherface.
Good. Just stay calm.
Oh, speaking of Leatherface, he's right there. Hello, Leatherface. He overheated. Perfect. But the thing's right here. Yeah, no, I can't turn that off in time. I have Leatherface right there.
Careful.
Oh, hey, man. Yeah, okay, I thought it was dead. I don't know how I would have made it up. Oh my god. Not like this. It's all on Dante, I think. Yeah. No, if Leatherface didn't show up right there in front of the house, we would have been fine. Could have turned off the gen and ran away. Man, our team though, they were putting in work. They opened 2 escapes, but none of us got any use out of it because none of us were ready for it. They opened the basement exit and the pressure valve, but they both just closed before anyone could get to it. Feels so freaking, man. We were so close, and we got reunited at the end too. Unfortunate. We almost had it. I guess the play there would have been to go for the fuse. The match is almost done. I guess we quit back to the menu. Wait for Junior if it's almost done. Oh wait, you can also look at some of this stuff. I feel like a noob. It's fine. It's completely fine, cause man, it's a lot. It definitely takes some getting used to. A couple of rounds. Yeah, because man, it's easy to get lost on all these maps when... yeah, on all these levels when you don't have a map or anything. easily lost. It's the whole family. Marketing photograph. It should be that, right? Why is there no code? Why is there no code? Help. Does it work, Mr. Junior? Invalid. Yeah, I think the party broke. We're gonna have to disband and make another one, Dante. There you go. Another one. Oh wait, that's missing a free from that. Hold on. There we go. Sweet, full here. Yeah, I'm gonna queue us up, but I'm also gonna get some more water really quick. Beep. I'm back again, just in time. And I see Mr. Junior is making communications with the enemy. He's talking with the enemy. Welcome back. Man, they are gonna be so confused by that. It's like, oh, who's she saying welcome back to? What? The fuck? Gas station. Leo. That was gonna be so confused by that. Like, who the fuck is Leo? What? Who's this guy talking to? Well, I'll do my best. I don't know what this map that was. The gas station. Yeah, what? I can't even remember what this one is like from the top of my head. The face ready up. What a sentence. Another face ready up, damn it.
A native of Uvalde was last seen near the town of Newt. The vehicle was recently discovered abandoned, with officials reporting no signs of foul play. Authorities are hopeful that the expanded search in the nearby communities Harlow and Chinatown will unearth new leads. Family and friends.
Wait, who's who here? I forgot to look. The girl, Dante is Leland again. Girl, oh, Junior's Anna, that's right.
What? Where am I? Just keep moving, Connie. This looks safe. It'll help. Here.
Time to look for toolboxes again. Oh. Can I open this in time? I'm not gonna risk. Oh my god, what a time for Gramps to wake up. Oh, thank god he just had it straight. What, did they already open a door? The face? I just see ya. Game over, the face. Like, how do I get up? Oh, it's a ladder. Well, he opened it for us, so I hope I didn't screw over the other girl. Oh, the gas station. Wait, I think we want to go this way, right?
Oh, sugar.
Ramps is over there.
Die, you bastard!
Everyone's right here. Wait, that's already open? They never closed that? Oh no, he got caught in the trap, Mr. Junior. Fucking Jesus Christ, man. Everything is happening right here. Wait, what happened? Is she still chasing Mr. Junior? Mr. Junior is being a great distraction right now. It's perfect. What does this even turn off? Where does this go? Let's follow the wires. Oh, it goes over here. Yo, we can leave. Get Mr. Junior over here. We're home free. Wait, that's not Mr. Junior. Run! Wait, what? Help! Run, Dante, run! Get on the road! No, I didn't make it. Well, at least Dante made it. I thought the exit was right there. I didn't know we had to run all the way out there to the road.
I am sorry.
At least Dante made it.
I like that. I like it.
Oh no, he's just all the way down to the basement. Not like this. At least you made it. It's fine. I used my special ability so we could open the lockpick instantly. And her special ability, when you use it, it like drains all her stamina. So yeah, I couldn't run away from her. Mr. Junior's got this. If he can get out of the basement and get up to where he was being chased, we should be able to get out from there. As long as they don't turn on the generator again.
I have to get this open somehow. I need to find a way to open
Oh, but they
this
locked that again.
on thing. There's gotta be something I can use around here. You can do this. Think.
Yeah. We must pray now, brothers. Pray that he is watching. And that Mr. Junior might make it. Oh, there you go. No, you ran right by the box. The lockpick box. Oh, but that's open. Never mind, you don't need it. Okay, so if you can get back to where we were, assuming you didn't turn on the gen, which it sounds like they did.
That over there.
Yeah, I think he has to kick the gen again. If that's what that sound is.
Ay, Madre de Dios. Please protect us.
Yeah, they did turn it on again. And they also locked that. Oh, that's unlucky. Climb the wall or something. Well, the fence is electrocuted. But yeah, that gate that he was just at, you could totally just jump that. You could totally just climb over the gate real casual and get into the next area. And then turn off the generators to turn off the electricity. And then, yeah. Then you could just climb the fence and get the fuck out. But no, gotta respect the serial killer's environments. Gotta respect the other area and give him a fair fight. Give him a fair chance to kill you. Resolution mode. Doesn't seem like the game's playing at 40. Really? I think it is. I think it is supposed to be at 40. But I mean, if it doesn't look like that, that's good. Oh my god, yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, there's lots of just random crap around that you could just use to keep it open with. These silly survivors, man, they gotta be more resourceful. Gotta be more resourceful.
In God's name. What is this place?
Oh, okay, now Box is getting real creative over here. Yeah, with the mannequin head in the closet as a Jabas, as a red herring. Like, oh, I see you. And they open it and then the head just falls out. Man, yeah, Box, he could be too smart in this situation. Man would be gone in a flash. He'd be gone in a flash, and all at the same time he would be messing with all the murderers by setting up Jabas.
I need some more.
I know, right? That's my favorite. The teeth close up. The mouth close up. Let's see, it feels more like 40. Yeah, that's pretty good. Solid 40 FPS with good resolution.
Yes, yes, yes. Please fit in the lock. Please.
What's the teabagging force? What's the other guy doing? Oh, it's just embracing his fate. Game over. Man, they're really effective at locking stuff back up. Chucky the Jesus. So he chops himself. 5 head. Or just stab him in the back, because you can actually do that. If you get a shiv, you can stab him in the back. That actually stuns him. And then while he's stunned, just take his chainsaw. Just take his chainsaw. How the tables have turned. How is this guy still alive? What's that? Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true. Instead of stabbing him in the back with the shiv, just slice his throat. Yeah. That works. That way you don't have to deal with him later. And people happy, scared. Take this little face. Murder, yeah. People happy. We love murder. We love murdering. We love murder. Why people happy? Murder, yeah.
I love refrigerators.
He's putting his hand on the door. I love refrigerators. I love murder.
Oh, thank God. This looks like some kind of log cake. Oh, thank
What the fuck is he doing? Leatherface, he was going at it on that wall. Holy shit. He did not like that wall. You wish we could play his grandpa. Man, when this game was first announced and it was like said that it was gonna be 4v3. Oh, Mr. Junior just died of cringe. Anyways. That was literally what just happened. It's just woof. I'm out. Goofy. I love you. Can we just, do you want to see if I will be displayed? We have to wait for it to be over. God damn. Wait, when the game was first announced, I really thought we could. I thought Grandpa was actually going to be a playable character. You can quit. Yeah, but it disbands the party. We're gonna have to freaking recreate it. If you want to exit the game, your party will be disbanded. The demon killed me too. There we go. Disconnected? Wait, she left in the end? You didn't even see it through? She just said goodnight? Lands on his head. Lands on his head. Blade first. And then it just slowly cuts deeper into his head. Oh my god. 18 plus ending. The brutal 18 plus ending. Oh my god. We're gonna have. We lost Dante. Is Dante coming back? We're gonna have to recreate the party again, anyways. Man. Pretty broken. But yes, it's to be expected. Game just came out. People probably trying to play with their friends. Here's the code IU78Y2. I can't know. This invite button does nothing. Unless, can I invite you like this? What does this do? Invite to game. There we go. Did that work? Did that do something? It didn't work. Okay, I'll restart my cam. Wait, no, you're joking. What? Did you actually manage to get in after I closed the game? Come on now. What is this? Here we go. New code. N3VMWY. Oh, the code worked. Oh, Junior. Wait, who's joining who here? Are we joining Junior or what are we doing? What's going on? I want to join Mr. Junior. NA. Family run. I mean, we do have 3 people. Yeah, should we do it? Do we do a family round? Sure, I'm down. Is Dante down as well? Yeah, we're joining Junior, so it's the code that he posted that we're joining that you should use. There we go. He's got 750 FPS on these menu birds. Family round. Yeah, I'm down for a family round. It doesn't even tell you what you queued us up for. I feel like I should do that. $500 hertz. Jesus Christ. Why in the world would you need so much? Junior, he's Leatherface. I'm the hitchhiker. Perfect. Wait, I don't think there's any way to see a ping, is there? I don't think so. Wait, it's not even a 1 minute and 30 timer, it's a 2 minute 30? Junior face? Pretty much, yeah. Don't look at the other face. He's turned into Junior face. Monka W. Watch out. You don't want to know what he's capable of with that chainsaw. Are they even here? No, there's no victims. It's just family, no victims. Just family. We're gonna win by default. If no victim shows up, it's no win from the family. Shall we kill these people? Yeah, let's kill the shadow people. Oh. Wait, do you see this? Wonka W. Yeah, we're just having a family reunion at the family house at night. Just us chilling. No, not a single victim in sight. Shout out for this. Oh, there's victims. God damn it. Ruining our family night. People, hey! Junior in game chat. Hello. Hello, Junior. Xbox. Here we go. Wait, both me and Junior level 12. Level 12 account level. Feels pretty high. Yeah. If you have almost been playing for 6 hours, I guess, so. Level 12 is
A series of home invasions throughout Bell County have turned into a search for a known fugitive. Omar Pauly, native of Palm
Is that all
was arrested in
Xboxes?
1967 for
Sorry
aggravated
for yawning.
assault and larceny and was sentenced to 5 years.
What the? Yo, Dante's already coming up with Texas Chain Saw Massacre bingo events. Who had that on that bingo card? All Xbox victims. Oh my god. Run, run, run. Just a little off the top. Thank you, Leatherface.
Did they get loose on us? Oh, dang it. Should have strung them up better. Somebody round here.
Alright, so where's the generator? Over there. We still gotta go turn on the car battery though. Where is it this time? Over here.
This'll catch him.
Gramps is awake. I think that means they open a door somewhere. I'm gonna put my trap at the other front door, although I don't really think many people know about that. I'm gonna do it anyways. Oh, hi, Dante. It's me! We're on the same team! Come on inside. Thank you. What? Cancel it because he ran over it. Stop running over the thing! I'm trying to place my trap. He's sandbagging. There we go.
This little trick.
It's so fucking dark in here. Where are they? Which one did they open? Are they outside in the back? Where's Gramps? Oh, hey. Hello there, miss. Front door, family. She's running back down. Get her. Oh. Got one, boys. Where did she even come from? Where the fuck is Gramps? Oh, he's in here. Yeah, I don't know if you can fit through those out here. I think it might only be the hitchhiker.
Drink it now, Grandpa. Get your fill.
Junior face is up here. Are they even out here? Why are we all here? Oh, they're out here. Go, 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 boys. What? How is that a solid bush? What's the objective? Oh, hi. To kill the victims here. I'm out of stamina. Yeah, we're playing as the family, which is basically the killers. So we gotta prevent the victims here from escaping by killing them. Gotta prevent them from escaping the farm by locking all. Whoa! What the fuck? Woman is fighting back. By locking all the doors in the house. Electrocuting the fences so they can't escape through that. I don't know how she fought back like that. Can't escape stabby. That's basically your objective, to kill them all before they can escape the farm by locking all the doors, setting up traps. Making sure the power is on, so there's electricity on the fences and stuff. Meanwhile, yeah, their objective is to escape. Come out alive and turn off, yeah, get rid of all the traps and stuff. And then I guess we also have a side objective, which is defeat Grandpa. Which is defeat Grandpa Blood. I don't think anyone's been here, right? Is this still on? Or should we hold up? Someone turned off the car battery? Okay, so they turned off the car battery, which means they can just leave out through the front now.
Can't focus. Time to clear my head.
I mean, you would assume red means it's off, right?
Damn kids.
And then every time Grandpa screams like that in alt thing, it means
Why I
hold.
gotta do everything in this
Yeah, it is still on. He basically gives us wall hacks when he screams like that. And if anyone screams while he's moving, oh, well, if anyone moves while he's screaming, we see them. Leatherface. And that right there means someone's down there making noise. So someone's in the basement. Spin to win. But either way, in short, what Lighting Grid said, the objective is to just stab. People happy, stab. Where are they? There is 3 of them. We've only killed 1. How do we get out again? People all spinning. People spin. Not a single. Yeah, I mean, that's still on. So if they want to escape for this one, you see it's electrocuted it. They would have to turn up this car battery and then have to lockpick the gate in order to escape through there. No one's here. You're not telling me they're all down in the basement, right? They're all just lost and confused in the basement. Pepperoni stab. That also sums it up pretty well. Yeah, that thing is still on. Oh, here we go. Someone went out the back. Go back around. Someone went out the back. Someone went out the back.
Too bad Grandpa ain't able. He was the best there ever was.
I think Junior Face is having some fun with them. Wait, did someone go out through the front door? Guess that was one of us. What a sick light. Exactly, who needs run and gun when you have run and stab? I don't know, so when you're playing them, when you're playing as the family here, you want to make sure the doors are locked. Not open. So that they can just leave. Run and gun is so old school. It's all about run and stab. And feeding Grandpa. What are they doing? Man, it'd be fucking hilarious if you could play as Grandpa. I don't think you can, unless he's like a super hidden character. You get when you hit like max level or something. There is someone out here now. Sit in the chair the whole time. And drink a lot. He's going for the car battery, this guy. I almost lost you because it's so fucking dark out here. Yo, oh my god. Good shit in your face. Set this. Alright, that's 2. Where are the other 2? Crowbar go off top. Oh my god, your chainsaw is so loud. Jesus, yeah, good job, Leatherface, good job. Oh my god. Wait, they're right there, they're gonna leave. Can I turn this on in time? Wait, I might be able to turn it up in time. Wait, no, they didn't even turn it off. Oh shit, here we go, here we go. Let's go fuck them up, Leatherface. They forgot to turn off the electricity. Hey. What the fuck? What? Oh. He's gonna bring her back. Where'd the other girl go?
Where'd you scurry off to now?
Did I throw her down the well? No, unfortunately not. They jumped down there by their own free will. Oh wait, they turned off the generator now. Oh, we gotta go turn it back on. Yeah, when the generator is... when the light is green, that means it's off.
It's too foggy. I'm tired of messing with you. You get out of here.
Cool down, wait. Oh. Yeah, you unfortunately can't shadow a ward or down the well. Throw him out of a window or something. Unfortunately not. Yo, it's just like DBD. What the fuck? How are you fucking this up, sir? Got them eventually. They great skill checks. Man, this round has gone on for so long. What the fuck? Where are these people hiding? One is down here again. I don't even know if I want to be down here, to be honest. It's so lost. Where's Grandpa?
Here you go, Grandpa.
Thanks, Grandpa.
Got one. My traps are the best.
Wait, I trapped someone. Which one is it, though? Is it the car battery one again? Car battery trap MVP. Oh my god, it is. She's gonna go. She's gonna escape. Oh, maybe not.
Found him. I knew I'd find him.
Dies of cringe. Well, free kill for me. Man, she was so close too. Poor girl. Yeah, she was so close. She even got to turn that off.
Let's play some.
She was also the one with most points. Oh, where's the last girl? Hi. What the hell, man? What is happening? Yeah, this is a really drawn out match. It sure feels like it, cause man, the last two they were hiding for so long, and now this very last one is. Wait, the last one is over here. Oh, the. Wait, what are they doing? Excuse me. What are you guys doing? Now I see why it's taking so long. Dante's trapped outside. Hey, little face. Dante's trapped outside, but how did he get trapped outside? What? Yo, she's fighting me. What the fuck is this silly round?
Just leave us alone.
Hold on. I'm gonna... What is happening? I'm gonna turn off the generator. Why not? I can get her to turn off the generator. Ma'am? I'm gonna turn it off though, so I can get no. Yeah, Are you in? You're in. Okay. I fucking got. How did you get trapped outside? She can leave now. I think the electricity's off. She gonna run into the trap. Oh my god, the cow walks out so much. But yeah, this one's also electrocuted. She did step in the trap.
What's happening?
I think she's dead because she stepped in it. I don't know if she's gonna get back up.
Kids escape.
Yeah, she died because she stepped in the trap. No, we would have let her go. What a round. But you walked out when the trap got turned off. And then, yeah, you didn't get fit. Oh, man. I think I trapped you outside in that case because I'm the one that turned the thing on again. That's probably me that trapped you. Whoops, my bad. That was a goofy sight, though. But yeah, I'll be down for like 1 or 2 more. I'm getting pretty tired over here. I 1 or 2 more. Wait, Dante didn't get a single kill, but he got the most points in the whole lobby. Wait, what? What the fuck were you doing the whole time? How'd you get so many points? Were you feeding Grandpa or something? I see it a bit, Dante. Is it because he walked into the trap so many times? Does that give him points or something? Exactly, rat sus. He didn't get a single kill, and he had the most points in the whole lobby. I know, right? Like, how the fuck does that make sense? How does that make any sense? And you weren't even feeding Grandpa. What were you doing? You must have been doing something, because you didn't have a single kill, and you got the most points of everyone. Man, what the fuck? Okay, sure. If you say so, Guillaume. What the hell? He was following you around. It's because he was following this. Yeah, he was following Leatherface around. Is that what gives you so many points? What the hell? You were putting up blocks. What? You just kept like putting on locks on all the doors and stuff? I guess. I guess that just gives you like a shit ton of points. How does that make sense though? Still, how many locks did you pop up? I killed 2 people, and you still got like more points than me, just for putting locks on all the doors. Holy shit! Okay, fuck killing people, man. I'm just gonna be putting locks on every single door. I'm just gonna put a lock on every single door if that's how you get points. I'm just gonna be the locksmith. Every single door you see is gonna have a lock on it. That's pretty crazy though. If it gives you that many points. What map is this? Oh, it's a slot. Oh god, the slot. This is the one that feels like a maze to me. Yeah, just play like Death Stranding. Just spell roads instead of playing the game. Just in this case, instead of playing the game, you're just putting locks on every single door you encounter. Because that's how you apparently max out on points. Yeah, because I killed 2 people. But Dante still got more points just from locking all the doors. That is absolutely crazy, man. Yeah, I'm a pacifist from now on. I'm not a killer anymore. I'm a pacifist. You can call me the locksmith. You can call me the locksmith now because I'm gonna lock every single door possible. Of course, we're one short. Oh, wait, did someone actually join there in the end?
Search continues in Muerto County for a missing University of Texas student. The sheriff's department says Maria Flores, a native of Uvalde, was last seen near the town of noon. The vehicle was recently discovered abandoned, with officials reporting no signs of foul play. Authorities are hopeful that the expanded search
I don't think I've played Hitchhiker in this one before.
will unearth.
Where does it put me
Family
here?
and friends are urging anyone.
Assuming there's also a car battery here that I gotta turn on.
Dang it. Should have come a lot bigger.
I have absolutely no idea what that would be here though in this one.
Somebody around here has to catch him. You'll never see
Is this my only way in? Oh. It is pretty much. Oh, no. I'm gonna lock the door.
Well, I'm sick of eating scraps. We gotta find them.
I have absolutely no clue where the hell I am. Where does this take me? Does this take me to where I think it does? Absolutely not. Oh. Grabbers, wait, I don't even know where they can come from here. Right. Grandpa should be here, right? Yeah, yes.
Drink it now, Grandpa. Get your fill.
I see Dondry's after someone. Fucking. So they didn't come. What? Hello? Where did you come from, miss? Oh, my back. It's like, what? Who the fuck's crouching next to me all of a sudden? You stabbed me and ran into Leatherface? I think so.
Too bad Grandpa ain't
Thanks, Leatherface.
necessary
for revenging me. She stabbed me and then ran into you. Yeah, I think the others were going this way. Is this even the way that I came from? I don't think so. That's not where I spawned.
Grandpa taught me this little trick.
Where the hell am I now? Did I just go in a circle?
Look at all this blood.
But
They
I
got
did.
now.
And there's still 3 of them alive. No, there's someone over there. Going to the slaughterhouse. Right, okay, we can go for them. They're still in the bush. I'm going there right now. This door is open. Yeah, so they just went in here. Now who? Oh. Wait, she stepped in a trap over here. Beautiful. How the fuck do I get there? Help. Help, Leatherface. How the fuck do I get over there? How did we even get here? Yeah, destroy this. Fucking professional murders right here. Can't even find the way around their own slaughterhouse. Wait, where the fuck? How do I get there? He's long gone already, bro. Wait, why do I hear someone in pain? Help! Leatherface! Help! Leatherface! Help! Leatherface! Help! Oh, why is there someone here? Yeah, you better crouch. Dante's in here. Go, let's go, let's go. Gang up on this young fellow. Where the fuck did he go? I guess he ran back in. Help, Leatherface! Help! Leatherface is here. Oh my got this fucking slippery eel. You can't escape family. Yo, Dante got him. Nice. Sweet. Just 2 more. Bro, there was a lady in here somewhere. Who fucking God knows where she is right now. Could be anywhere. Wait, is that her right there? Or is that Leatherface? I think that's Leatherface I saw. Oh, anyway, fuck. I'm gonna go back and feed Gramps.
What is all the others doing? Why is this dragging out?
Oh, this guy can climb ladders? I'm coming for you. Why did I get a trophy for climbing a ladder to nothing? Here you go, Gramp. Yo, I trapped someone. Man, I wish I knew how to get back to where I spawned, but I don't know how to get there. Help. Help. Any Albers? I'm probably gonna escape because fucking no, I don't think anyone knows how to get back over there. Oh, it was here. Ah, there you are, but you're already gone. Yeah. That friend, there was only one of them. Oh. Wait, no, this is not where I spawned. This is where the car battery is. Oh. Holy shit, man. Stand by with what they said. This map feels like a damn maze. And they're playing it so carefully. The other one was escape. Jesus, man, that map is a fucking maze. At least we got half of them. Parking lot exit. God knows what that is. Alright, I think you got one more in me. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's almost time. Go offline. And then it's gonna be an extended weekend as well, because I'm not gonna be here on Monday. I'm gonna take that off. Day off. But then the day after, Tuesday, we'll be back with a somewhat special stream. Since that'll be, yeah, the 22nd is gonna be my affiliate anniversary. We don't usually do anything special on that day, but I thought we might maybe do something somewhat special. Like play some games that we used to stream, like Hitman. And DVD. Not like I totally still don't play those two games. No. Pepper Dobby, special affiliate anniversary stream, he says. He's gonna play games that he used to stream. Oh, but wait, it's just more DBG and Hitman. Just more what he already does. Sorry, I did think about Watch Dogs, but I wanted to like play a bunch of games that I used to stream, and Watch Dogs would be one of them. But I don't want to play that for just like an hour or two and then switch. That wouldn't feel right. He used to stream. Yeah, definitely. He used to stream those. Yeah. It's definitely not like he still plays those two. Especially one of them very frequently. No, nah. Definitely not the case, no. Oh, where we lost someone. Where's Mr. Junior? Where did Mr. Junior go? Should we back out? I think we're gonna have to back out. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to back out. Oh, are you still loading or something? Yeah, let's back out. Back out, everyone. And create a new party. I did think about Watch Dogs, but nah, I don't want to play that for just like 2 hours and then switch. Maybe we'll bring back the good old reverse subathon, where it's like 12. It was like a 12-hour stream, but every sub removes 1 hour from the timer, and then just play DVD. Yeah, sounds good. I don't know, man. I'm joining so much. Whatever you said, yes. Yeah. I don't know, man. I struggle to come up with ideas to do for affiliate anniversary. World's shortest stream, Pog. Yeah. We're just gonna make it past the intro and get to the DVD menu and be like, alright, let's go. And then, bam, just like that. Oh, well, never mind. I guess it's over. Someone just gifted 12 subs. Oh, well. There you go, boys or girls. That's the end of the stream. See you tomorrow. Good night. Shortest stream ever. Are you hear something to eat? Alright, all good. Sounds good, Dante. Sounds good. Enjoy your food. And thank you for the few rounds. They were quite goofy, especially that first family game that we played. Oh my god. Well, then me and Mr. Junior shall do one more. Is Mr. Junior making a party? There it is. Be sure to get some for us too. Bring back some food for us too. Thanks. I wouldn't mind a bite or two. What am I doing for subathon? It's a reverse subathon. I don't know if we're doing it at all. It's just an idea that we've done before in the past. Where it starts out with 12 hours on the clock, but then every sub removes an hour. So if you give like 12 subs of that, there you go. That's the end. That's the stream. Good night. Mr. Junior got kicked again. I'll try and make one this time. If maybe that fixes it. Well, when you come back, the code's right there. But we did that in the past, like when Among Us came out on console. We did that. We did a 12-hour reverse Among Us subathon stream. And I think it only lasted like 2 hours or something. I don't know, maybe we could do that again? The affiliate anniversary? I don't know. I don't know, man. I want to do something special for it, but yeah, again, I think struggle to come up with something for it. You yeah, guys, let's go. We're gonna play DVD for 12 hours. And someone just casually gifts like 12 subs. Oh wait, never mind. Guess that's it, boys. Good night. Gift 11. Yay, Pog. Then we at least get an hour in. An hour in of DVD. Oh, you got one? Okay, I'll join you. I'll join you. I'm joining you. He's hoping it works. ID codes. You know, I'd honestly prefer the potty codes over having to create some like special Texas Chain Saw Massacre account just to like enjoy the crossplay. Because you know, some crossplay games are like that, where it's like, hey, if you want to play crossplay with your friends, you need to like create this special account just for this special game in order to enjoy crossplay. Some games are like that. I know Payday 3 is going to be like that with its crossplay. It's going to require you to make like a Starbreeze account, I think. It's called. So honestly, I'd much prefer the potty code over having to create like some account that I'm going to forget about in like 5 months. Yeah, I prefer potty codes. Because, yeah, like I said, some games require you to make special accounts. Which, fucking stupid. I don't want to have to create more accounts. I mean, yeah, if it's possible, then yeah, I mean, if it's possible, might as well have all the options available. Or just make it like DBD. DBD has it figured out, but it's like, it's your username and then you have like a unique 4-digit code after that. Or even longer. Just do it like that. And not having you required to make some like fucking account just for this one game so you can enjoy crossplay. But also, I don't know. Man, that must be a pain in the ass if you're a big streamer in this game and you want to play with your friends. You're gonna have to hide the screen every single time. Because I don't think there's an option to hide the code. Make everything like DVD. I love DVD. Everything should be just like DVD. Oh man. Yeah, then I think it's a good thing you weren't here earlier when I was talking about Leatherface's appearance as to he looks too clean in this game, and that I've been spoiled with the way that he looks in DVD. Because in DVD he looks like so greasy and like disgusting. In this game he looks like way too clean. At least that's what I think. Catty at DVD. Where he's all bloody and greased up with back sweat and everything. He doesn't even have back sweat in this, man. Come on now. I'm sorry, Leatherface. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, okay? I didn't mean to talk shit about your back sweat. He heard me talking shit.
There's gotta be something I can use around here.
So DVD is better. Well, model-wise, the model for for Leatherface, yeah. I prefer the DVD model. Because he looks more like...
Stay calm. You can use this.
You know, he's been through some shit. He looks way too clean in this. Grandpa's awake. Why am I red? And plus, man, I've also been spoiled with DBD and its cosmetics options. That you can, like, mix and match Leatherface's cosmetics in that game. Like, you can have his normal Leatherface outfit, his normal Leatherface face. With, like, the gentleman tuxedo. Unlike in this game, where you... Every outfit is set.
In God's name, what is this place?
So basically, all in all, in short, DBD has just spoiled me, man. with what I'm used to. Oh no, they already got Junior. What the fuck? Yeah, that was a quick one. I almost died right off the bat too. These people mean business. Oh, I see. I think I'm joining in on that threesome. I'm going upstairs.
Are they gone? God, I hope they're gone.
If I'm going out, then I'm going out in style. Going out in style, baby. This is not even the front door. He needs to clean up to make a good appearance for his new game. I guess that's what it is. I love the face. He needs to look good for his new game. I love the face. Needs to look nice and fresh for his new game. Blop. Alright, we can do one more junior if you want, because yeah, that one was really fast from the both of us.
That might help.
Wait, did I? Oh yeah, I accidentally clicked search again. I don't know, man. I think I've been spoiled a lot in terms of many things because of DVD. Because I also hated how like some games have that stall. Like, you know, in Call of Duty and like that game with F and all those types of games where they have like a stall for cosmetics that you can buy. I hated that the store, like in those types of games, the store refreshes like every week or so. I hated that it's not like DVD, but everything is just available at like all times. I don't know, man. I've just been way too spoiled by DVD and how they've done their things. Some would say I'm too far gone. I'm too far gone into the DVD. Too far gone into the fog. You know what? I'll play Leland. I've not played him yet. Picture in that regard. I mean, it's already gotten it down. This game doesn't have a shop yet, at least. And I don't think it will. It'll probably be just like Friday the 13th. But you're gonna be able to buy all the different cosmetics from like the PlayStation Store, Xbox Store, and Steam and so on. I mean, right now, like game-wise, it's got everything's pretty solid besides this lobby system. This whole lobby thing is really weird. That we talked about earlier with the whole timer thingy and yeah, if the lobby's not full by the time it reaches 0, it just like cancels the whole lobby. That's like the only really strange thing so far. That I'm not really a fan of. Does not affect Leatherface. Oh. That's good. We're going back to the house. At nighttime this time. Get the whole lobby to do it. Why does nobody want to play Leatherface? I thought everyone would be wanting to play him. And of course there's that one guy that doesn't ready up. Johnny boy. He heard you. You got him ready up. Now it's just Leatherface. Ah, there you go. What the fuck? He readied up after that? Johnny boy. Oh, okay, I better get ready. What the fuck?
The Borins, with the intention of stealing their fortune. Brianna Rose, 43, was hired as a live-in cook months ago. Patriarch Kit Borin was hospitalized earlier this week when a rare poison was discovered.
The timing on that, man. What the hell?
Despite recommendations, the Borins began to suspect Miss Rose wasn't who she claimed
I'm upside down. What happened? I wonder if you I wonder what happens if you just wait here. If you wait here for Leatherface.
Leland, help me. What is going on?
Is that you? It's Mr. Junior. We actually spawned in the same room.
Can I use that?
Yes. A shortcut.
Someone's talking about it. I have no idea what the guy's saying. I need to stop like going around the side here because there's most of the time nothing.
Oh, what's this?
We just went through there. What the fuck?
What do we have here?
There's no chicken here this time.
Now, where do you go? I'm keeping this.
Let's stay close.
Oh hey. I hear Leatherface.
This door has to lead out of here. I need to open it.
Is the other man here?
Ay, Madre de Dios. Please, protect us.
I'm out of here. And I'm gone. Help.
Are you okay?
Help me. Help me. Help me. No. No. I don't know if they can even help me. Maybe not. We were all there, huh? And I'm dead. Wait, I gotta hop down the well. I have a medkit, so it's fine. Wait, Junior's already at the house? Oh my god, this man's speedrunning now.
I need to get this open.
Love to find a lockpick while I'm down here. Nope. Wait, I could have just bumped into that guy. I forgot. Ah, fuck it. Give me the shit.
Yes, I can use that.
Right, okay. Now let's see if we can get out of here again. So I should honestly grab another one because I'm probably gonna use one just to get out of here again.
Work. I gotta stay focused. Gotta get out of here.
You're not telling me there's someone behind this door, right? Oh, what the fuck are you doing here? Yo, that actually hit him. See ya. I ran to the stupid locked one. Rip. I'm gonna rip. Yeah, that's my bad. I fucked up because I forgot I could bump into the guy. I should have done that when we first encountered him upstairs. Unlucky. But now we get to spectate Mr. Junior here. Oh, who's also getting sliced up. Oh, and who just died of cringe. Unlucky. Well, at least one of us made it out of the house this time. Jeez. That's a pretty alright one to end it on, even though we both died. I'm stuck at level 12, apparently. Didn't realize I was searching for another game. Huh? Oh man, oh man. Get any new stuff here? Yeah, we got this. Oh, well, it is a pretty fun game. I know that was my last. That was my last. It's a pretty fun game. I mean, like I've been saying, these games are usually only fun for like the first week for me, but we'll see. We'll see how this game looks in a week's time from now. I mean, it's pretty fun so far right now because everyone's still trying to figure it out, how the game works and whatnot. Everyone is still brand new. Man, that is it. That is some terrifying concept art. Holy shit. Monk W. I already looked at them. They're the same ones that are in DBD. They're the same ones that are in DBD. Man, that's also terrifying. Standing menacingly near the basement's red light area. Pretty woman. Yeah, it's the one that turns him into a gentleman. That's the suit that I use in DBD. Yeah, you're talking about this one? Yeah. That's the one. That's the suit I use in DBD, together with the normal head here. And then the hammer that also comes with the Pretty Woman outfit in DBD. You see, that's also what I meant. Like, DBD has spoiled me with... In DBD, you can mix and match all these free outfits as much as you want. Back to this game, but yeah, it's just... You just have this full set. You can't mix and match anything. But... Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's kind of funny that... that it's the exact same outfits that are also in DBD. I don't know, to no surprise, I have them all. I have them both already in DBD. I know, right? Yo, dude, that's from DBD. I recognize that from DBD. Yo, it's straight out of DBD. Bat chest. This is also the suit that he's wearing in the emote. And the Leatherface Happy emote. This is the outfit he's wearing in the emote. This one right here, Pretty Woman. And also, actually, if we go here. That's also the one he's wearing here. Right there in the background, that's Leatherface. In his Pretty Woman outfit. His gentleman attire. DVD Texas Chain Saw Massacre crossover. So brave, I know, right? I can't believe they actually did that. I can't believe they actually went through that crossover. That's crazy. He is? I haven't really looked at any of the killers. Cosmetics. But he's the only one. I guess it makes sense, because Leatherface is the only one in the movie that changes outfit. Yeah, so the first three here, they are all from the movies. The last two here, they were created for this game. They're not in any of the movies. Sissy and Johnny, yeah, they're not in any of the Texas movies. And well, yeah, the hitchhiker and the cook, they both look like this throughout the whole movie. It's only Leatherface that changes attire twice. So I don't know. I guess they just weren't allowed to have any cosmetics for now. Maybe in the future. Yeah, they are new. They are brand new. They've never been seen before in any Texas Chainsaw movie or anything. Sissy and Johnny are both specifically created for this game. And then all the survivors here, they are also just for the game. They are not from the movie either. Oh my god, of course you would. Of course you would. What survivor is new? All of them. None of them are in the movie. Yeah, because that's like, if you listen to what he says in the intro, like when he's like, when that text is rolling up on the screen, that basically tells you the lore of this game. That like, oh, these people went out here to Texas to try and find their missing friend Maria, and then well, yeah, they ended up getting captured by these guys. So all of these victims here were specifically created for the game, together with Sissy and Johnny. Wait, what do you mean no new character? They are all new in a sense. In a sense, because they've never been in a Texas Chainsaw game or movie. Oh, old. Yeah. But it's probably because, well, for now it follows its own law with that, yeah, these people went out here to Texas to try and find their missing friend Maria. And ended up getting captured. I mean, you never know. Maybe they'll add them as DLC. Maybe they'll add them as DLC. Some of the survivors from the movies. And maybe we'll get the new... Maybe we'll get an outfit for Leatherface from his newest movie. It came out like a year or two ago, I think. That's only on Netflix for some weird reason. By the way, let's throw all this up on the screen, shall we? Man, a good 7 hours. I guess we did go a bit longer today. Yeah. Fine. Yes. So it's gonna be a bit of an extended weekend for me, because no stream on Monday, but we'll be live Tuesday for the affiliate anniversary. I want to do something special for it, but I'm not too sure what we're doing yet. We'll see. Maybe I can come up with something. But yeah, either way, Tuesday, that's when we'll be back again. That's when we shall be back again. Then we'll probably play this again sometime next week. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty fun. Like I've been saying. Pretty fun. Playing it while everyone is still new to it. So thumbs up. Thumbs up from me so far. Either way, let's wrap it up, shall we? Yeah, it's time. It's time to go offline. Anyways, since it's the weekend and it's gonna be an extended weekend, then have a good weekend, everyone, and good Monday as well. But for now, good night, everyone. Take care. And pizza out.
Can you hear me? Steady.
Pizza out.